Today, I've prepared the biography of Kim Kardashian. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your warm bed, let your muscles relax and your breathing slow. Tonight, we'll gently explore the life of Kim Kardashian, from her early days in California to her rise as a global icon. Her story will unfold like a soft whisper as you drift toward peaceful dreams. The gentle rhythm of my voice will guide you through her journey while easing you into a tranquil slumber. So nestle deeper into your pillow, pull your blanket close, and allow yourself to be carried away by this soothing tale. In the warm glow of a California October in the year 1980, when the leaves were beginning to drift gently from the trees in other parts of the country, a baby girl named Kimberly Noel Kardashian was welcomed into the world. The date was October 21st, and Los Angeles was experiencing one of those perfect autumn days that only Southern California seems to know how to create. The sky was a soft, unblemished blue, and the air carried just the slightest hint of coolness, a gentle reminder that even in this land of perpetual sunshine, the seasons still turned in their own quiet way. Kim was born to parents Robert Kardashian and Kris Houghton Kardashian, entering a world that would one day know her name, though at that moment she was simply a newborn, swaddled in soft blankets, her eyes taking in the first blurry glimpses of the faces that would shape her earliest memories. Her father, Robert, was a man of Armenian descent, his own parents having come to America seeking the promise of new beginnings. The Kardashian family carried with them the rich cultural heritage of Armenia, a land of ancient mountains and deep traditions, stories that would be passed down to young Kim in the quiet moments of her childhood. Robert Kardashian was an attorney by profession, a man who moved through the world with a certain dignified presence. He had built a successful law practice in Los Angeles, establishing himself as a respected figure in legal circles. Kim's mother, Kris, was a woman of remarkable energy and vision, qualities that would later define her approach to family and business alike. In those early years, though, she was focused on creating a home, a safe and nurturing space for her growing family. The home where Kim spent her earliest years was in the Beverly Hills area, a place of sunlit rooms and comfortable luxury. The house was often filled with the gentle sounds of family life, conversations drifting from the kitchen, the soft padding of feet on carpeted floors, the occasional burst of laughter. It was a home where the doors were always open to friends and extended family, creating an atmosphere of warmth and connection that would influence Kim's understanding of relationships throughout her life. Kim was not an only child for long. Born in 1987, the 4 Kardashian children grew up in the particular closeness that siblings often share, their relationships woven together through thousands of shared moments. breakfast tables and bedtime stories, minor squabbles and major celebrations, secrets whispered in shared bedrooms and adventures had in the California sunshine. The 1980s, the decade of Kim's earliest childhood, was a time of distinctive cultural energy. In Los Angeles, where the entertainment industry shaped so much of the city's identity, these cultural currents flowed particularly strong. Even as a young child, Kim was absorbing the visual language of this era. The bold colors and distinctive styles, the celebration of glamour and self-expression that characterized the time. In the Kardashian home, though, there were also deeper currents at work. Robert Kardashian placed great value on education and ethical conduct. He would often speak to his children about the importance of integrity, of standing by one's word, and treating others with respect. These conversations might happen during unhurried family dinners or on weekend drives through the winding roads of the Hollywood Hills, the city spreading out below them like a vast, twinkling tapestry. Kim attended the Marymount High School, a Catholic all-girls school where the uniform consisted of a simple plaid skirt and white blouse. Each morning, she would prepare for school in the gentle early light, perhaps pausing at her bedroom window to look out at the day beginning to unfold. The drive to school would take her through the leafy streets of Los Angeles, the car radio playing softly in the background, perhaps tuned to one of the popular stations of the day. At school, Kim was known for her friendly nature and her keen interest in fashion and beauty. Even then, she had an eye for aesthetics, for the way clothes could express personality and create a certain impression. She would often spend time with her friends, discussing the latest styles they had seen in magazines or on the streets of Beverly Hills, where fashion was a form of everyday art. When Kim was 10 years old, in 1991, a significant change came to the family when her parents decided to separate. The divorce was finalized in 1991, bringing with it the particular kind of quiet readjustment that such changes require. The children divided their time between their parents' homes, carrying their belongings and their emotions back and forth across the city. It was a time of learning new routines, of understanding that love could continue even when daily life had been reconfigured. Kris later married Bruce Jenner, who would later transition and be known as Caitlyn Jenner, an Olympic gold medalist who had captured the nation's imagination during the 1976 Olympics. Bruce brought a different energy to the family dynamic, the focused discipline of an athlete, stories of competition and achievement on the world stage. Through this marriage, Kim gained step-siblings, Burton, Cassandra, Brandon, and Brody Jenner. The family continued to expand when Kris and Bruce welcomed 2 daughters together. Kendall, born in 1995, and Kylie, born in 1997. The blended family created a rich tapestry of relationships and influences. The Kardashian-Jenner home became a place where different perspectives and experiences came together, where conversations around the dinner table might include topics ranging from sports to business to the entertainment industry. It was a household that valued both tradition and innovation, that celebrated individual achievement while maintaining a strong sense of family unity. As Kim moved into her teenage years, the mid-1990s brought their own distinct flavor to her formative experiences. The world was changing rapidly. The internet was beginning its expansion into everyday life. New forms of music and fashion were emerging, and Lowe's Angels continued its eternal reinvention. Kim was developing her own sense of self against this backdrop of cultural evolution, finding her way through the particular challenges and discoveries that adolescence brings. J. Simpson Trial in 1995 brought an unexpected dimension to Kim's teenage experience. Robert Kardashian served as one of Simpson's defense attorneys in what became known as the trial of the century, a case that captured national attention and sparked intense conversations about race, justice, and celebrity in America. For Kim, this meant seeing her father's name in newspapers and his face on television, witnessing the intense public interest in a case that touched on deeply complex issues. This period offered Kim an early glimpse into the nature of public life, the way that media attention can transform personal experience, creating a narrative that exists alongside one's private reality. It was a lesson in the power of public perception, one that would prove relevant in ways she could not yet imagine. Throughout her teenage years, Kim maintained close friendships with several people who would remain important presences in her life, including Nicole Richie and Paris Hilton. These relationships provided the particular comfort that comes from being understood by those who share similar experiences. In this case, growing up in the unique environment of affluent Lowe's Angels, with its specific pressures and privileges. After graduating from high school in 1998, Kim began to explore different paths. She worked for a time at her father's music marketing firm, Movie Tunes, gaining early experience in the business world. She also began to develop her interest in fashion more seriously, working as a closet organizer and stylist for various clients in Lowe's Angels, including her friend Paris Hilton. This work allowed her to develop her eye for fashion further, to understand the power of personal style as both self-expression and strategic presentation. A profound loss came in 2003 when Robert Kardashian passed away from esophageal cancer. He was just 59 years old, and his death created a quiet, aching absence in the family he had nurtured with such care. For Kim, then 23, losing her father meant navigating grief at a time when she was still finding her own way in the adult world. The lessons he had imparted about integrity, about the value of family, about the importance of working hard and staying true to oneself. became even more precious, a legacy that would continue to influence her choices in the years ahead. During these early adult years, Kim was beginning to move in circles that included various figures from the entertainment industry. Los Angeles has always been a city where different worlds intersect: film and television, music, fashion, business. And Kim was developing connections across these spheres. She had a natural ability to build relationships, to create networks of mutual interest and support. The program, which followed the daily lives of the Kardashian-Jenner family, brought Kim and her siblings into living rooms across America, and eventually around the world. What had been a relatively private life, despite certain connections to celebrity culture, became a public narrative, one that millions of people would follow with interest and opinion. Looking back at Kim Kardashian's early life and formative years reveals a story more nuanced than public perception might suggest. It is a story of family bonds and cultural heritage, of navigating change and loss, of discovering personal strengths and interests against the backdrop of a particular time and place. It is a story that unfolded in the golden light of Southern California, in comfortable homes filled with the sounds of siblings and parents, in schools and shopping malls, in quiet moments of reflection and vibrant social gatherings. The young girl who was born on that October day in 1980 could not have imagined the path her life would take, the ways in which her name would become known, the businesses she would build, the cultural conversations she would influence. In those early years, she was simply Kim, a daughter, a sister, a friend, a student, a young woman finding her way through the ordinary magic of growing up, one day flowing gently into the next, the future still a soft, unwritten page waiting patiently to be filled. And so we leave Kim here, at the threshold of the public life that would come to define her in the eyes of so many, remembering that behind every public figure is a private history, a collection of moments and memories that shape who they are beyond what we can see. In the quiet of these reflections, perhaps we find ourselves drifting toward sleep, carried on the gentle current of a story that reminds us of our shared humanity, of the universal experience of growing and changing, of becoming who we are meant to be in this world of endless possibility. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the quiet embrace of evening, as the world slowly dims and thoughts begin to soften, let us drift together through the tapestry of heritage and family that shaped the woman known to millions as Kim Kardashian. The story of her lineage flows like a gentle stream through time, carrying with it the whispers of ancestors and the quiet strength of generations before her. Kim Kardashian West was born Kimberly Noel Kardashian on a calm October day in 1980 in the sun-dappled city of Los Angeles, California. Her family tree extends its branches across continents and cultures, weaving together a rich mosaic of Armenian, Dutch, English, Irish, and Scottish ancestry. This blend of heritages created the unique foundation upon which her life would unfold, each cultural thread contributing its own subtle hue to the tapestry of her identity. On her father's side flows the profound influence of Armenian heritage. Robert Kardashian, Kim's father, was a third-generation Armenian American. His grandparents, having journeyed to America in the early 20th century, they carried with them not only their possessions, but also the weight of history and the warmth of tradition from their homeland. Armenia, that ancient land nestled in the Caucasus Mountains, with its stone churches and rolling landscapes, its centuries of art and music, its resilient spirit in the face of hardship. All of this lived on in the stories passed down through generations to young Kim. The Kardashian family name itself carries meaning from this ancestral homeland. In Armenian, Kardashian derives from Kardashian, which relates to the word for stonemason or stone worker. This connection to something solid and enduring perhaps foreshadowed the family's ability to build and create lasting impressions in their adopted homeland of America. In the Kardashian household, Armenian traditions flowed through everyday life like a gentle undercurrent. The aromas of traditional foods would often fill their home. Perhaps the sweet scent of baklava, with its layers of phyllo dough, honey, and nuts, or the comforting warmth of kofta, savory meatballs simmered in broth. These recipes, passed down through generations, connected Kim to grandmothers and great-grandmothers she may never have met, but whose legacy lived on in these culinary traditions. Robert Kardashian took care to instill in his children an awareness of their Armenian heritage. He would share stories of Armenia's rich history, its struggles and triumphs, and the journey of their own family to America. 5 million Armenians lost their lives under Ottoman rule was not a distant historical event, but a tragedy that directly touched their family history. Some of the Kardashian ancestors were among those who fled this persecution, carrying with them memories of a homeland they were forced to leave behind. These stories of resilience and survival became part of Kim's understanding of herself and her place in the world. They whispered to her of strength in adversity, of the importance of remembering one's roots, of honoring those who came before. In later years, as her platform grew, Kim would use her voice to advocate for recognition of the Armenian genocide, continuing her father's commitment to keeping this history alive. On quiet evenings, perhaps Robert would teach his children a few words of Armenian, the ancient language with its unique alphabet and melodic cadence, or maybe he would play traditional music, the haunting sounds of the duduk, a woodwind instrument whose voice seems to carry centuries of emotion, filling their California home with echoes of distant mountains and valleys. The Kardashian family would occasionally attend services at the Armenian Apostolic Church, one of the world's oldest Christian denominations. In these moments, surrounded by the glow of candles and the scent of incense, young Kim would be connected to rituals and prayers that had remained largely unchanged for centuries, linking her to countless generations of her ancestors who had found solace in the same traditions. From her mother, Kris Jenner Nahaughton, Kim inherited a different set of cultural influences. Kris brought into the family blend her Dutch, English, Irish, and Scottish ancestry, each contributing its own subtle notes to Kim's heritage. Through her mother's lineage came stories of European ancestors, perhaps tales of rolling Irish hills or Scottish highlands, of Dutch windmills or English villages. Kris was raised in San Diego, embodying a distinctly California sensibility that would also shape her daughter's worldview, the relaxed elegance of Southern California living, with its emphasis on beauty, health, and social connections, flowed through Kris into her parenting style and values. This maternal influence balanced the more old-world traditions from Kim's paternal side, creating in her a blend of respect for history and an embrace of modernity. The family home was a place where these various cultural streams merged and mingled, creating unique traditions that belonged solely to the Kardashians. Holiday celebrations might incorporate elements from various heritages. Perhaps Armenian Christmas customs blending with American traditions, creating memories unique to their family. These moments of togetherness, whether around a dinner table laden with diverse foods, or gathered in the living room sharing stories, formed the foundation of Kim's understanding of family and belonging. In the neighborhood of Beverly Hills, where Kim spent much of her childhood, the family found themselves part of a diverse community. Los Angeles itself has long been a meeting place of cultures, a city built by waves of immigrants from across the globe. Growing up in this environment, Kim was exposed to a multicultural tapestry that extended beyond her own heritage, broadening her worldview and perhaps planting seeds for the global perspective she would later develop. The Kardashian children attended Catholic schools, adding another layer to their cultural and spiritual education. Here, Kim would have encountered the rituals and teachings of Catholicism, its emphasis on community service and moral guidance becoming yet another thread in the fabric of her developing identity. The discipline and structure of Catholic education, with its uniforms and traditions, provided a framework that contrasted with the more fluid entertainment industry adjacent world that also surrounded the family. When Kim was 10 years old, her parents divorced, creating a shift in the family dynamic, but not diminishing the cultural influences that had already taken root in her life. Both Robert and Kris continued to nurture their children's connection to their diverse heritage, even as they built separate households. In this way, Kim learned about the resilience of family bonds and cultural identity, even through times of change and transition. As the gentle years of childhood flowed into adolescence, Kim's understanding of her own multicultural identity deepened. The teenage years are often a time of questioning and seeking, of trying to understand one's place in the world. For Kim, this natural process of self-discovery was enriched by the diverse cultural streams that had fed into her life since birth. J. Simpson trial in the mid-1990s brought a certain public awareness to the family, yet within their home, they maintained traditions and connections to their heritage that remained deeply personal and separate from this public dimension. Family gatherings continued to be occasions where stories were shared, where the past was honored even as new memories were created. When Robert Kardashian passed away in 2003 from esophageal cancer, it marked a profound loss for Kim and her siblings. With him went the most direct link to their Armenian heritage, the voice that had shared the old stories and kept alive the connections to a distant homeland. Yet the seeds he had planted continued to grow. The values he had instilled, the cultural awareness he had nurtured, remained as part of his legacy to his children in the years that followed. As Kim's public profile rose and her life took directions perhaps unforeseen in those quiet childhood days, she would continue to acknowledge and honor her Armenian heritage, her visits to Armenia, her advocacy for recognition of the Armenian genocide, her decision to baptize her children in an Armenian cathedral. All spoke to the enduring influence of this aspect of her identity, a quiet current running beneath the more visible streams of her life, the cultural mosaic that formed Kim's background: Armenian, Dutch, English, Irish, Scottish, American, Californian, created in her a unique perspective, a ability to move between worlds and to understand identity as something fluid yet rooted, modern yet connected to ancient traditions. This multicultural foundation perhaps contributed to her later comfort with global fame, her ease in connecting with diverse audiences, her ability to reinvent herself while maintaining a sense of who she is. At her core, family remains central to Kim's life, as it was in her childhood. The close bonds between siblings, the strong maternal presence, the gathering together for celebrations, and in times of challenge, these patterns established in her early years continue to define her adult life. Now, as a mother herself, Kim passes along to her own children elements of the diverse heritage she received, continuing the flow of tradition through yet another generation. In the quiet moments before sleep claims us, we might reflect on how our own family histories shape who we are, how the stories of our ancestors flow through us like gentle rivers, sometimes visible on the surface of our lives, sometimes running deep beneath the everyday. We are all, like Kim, the product of many streams coming together, creating something unique yet connected to all that came before. As our thoughts grow softer and our breathing slows, we can imagine those generations stretching back through time. Grandparents and great-grandparents, people who lived and loved and dreamed in distant places and times, their hopes and efforts, their journeys and choices, all flowing forward to create the present moment, to shape the person each of us has become. The story of Kim Kardashian's heritage reminds us that behind every public figure is this same rich tapestry of ancestry and influence, of cultural threads woven together across time. As sleep begins to envelop us, we can release our thoughts of these family stories, letting them drift away like leaves on a stream, carrying us gently toward dreams where past and present, memory and imagination flow together in the peaceful current of night. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle embrace of California sunshine, Kim Kardashian's childhood unfolded in a landscape of privilege and warmth. A world away from the global spotlight, she would later inhabit the soft golden light of Beverly Hills, filtered through tall palm trees, casting dappled shadows across manicured lawns, and creating a perpetual summer that defined her early years. This was a place where celebrity and wealth were as common as the jasmine that scented the evening air, a gentle fragrance that might have drifted through open windows. As young Kim drifted off to sleep, the Kardashian family home in Beverly Hills stood as a sanctuary of comfort and stability. A spacious dwelling with cool tile floors that felt pleasant beneath small bare feet on warm afternoons. The rooms were generous and airy, decorated with the careful attention of Kris Jenner, whose eye for elegance was already well developed. Soft, cream-colored walls provided a canvas for family photographs and carefully selected artwork, creating an atmosphere of refined domesticity that wrapped around the family like a comfortable blanket. In the kitchen, the heart of this childhood home, sunlight would stream through large windows in the mornings, illuminating a space where family breakfasts unfolded at a leisurely pace. The gentle clinking of silverware against plates, the soft murmur of conversation, the occasional burst of childish laughter. These were the soundtrack of Kim's mornings. The scent of freshly brewed coffee would mingle with the sweet aroma of pancakes or waffles, creating a sensory tapestry that signified security and belonging. Outside, the backyard offered a private paradise where childhood could unfold naturally despite the privileged surroundings. A swimming pool reflected the endless blue of the California sky, its surface occasionally disturbed by the splash of children at play. The water held a particular magic in the late afternoon, when the lowering sun transformed it into a mirror of molten gold, casting shimmering reflections against the house walls. Around the pool, comfortable loungers invited relaxation, while carefully tended flower beds added bursts of color and fragrance to the setting. The neighborhood itself moved to a rhythm of understated affluence. Streets lined with jacaranda trees created tunnels of purple blossoms in spring, their petals floating down like gentle rain to to carpet the sidewalks with color. Luxury cars moved quietly along these roads, their engines barely audible, maintaining the sense of peaceful prosperity that characterized the area. The distant sounds of gardeners tending to the immaculate lawns provided a gentle background hum to daily life, a constant reminder of the care taken to maintain this beautiful environment beyond the immediate neighborhood. Beverly Hills offered a childhood landscape of remarkable beauty and privilege. Rodeo Drive, with its designer boutiques and elegant storefronts, would have been a familiar sight to young Kim, though perhaps not yet holding the significance it would later acquire in her life. The wide, palm-lined boulevards created an impression of spaciousness and possibility, while the consistent perfect weathered the soft warmth of the sun, the rare gentle rain, the absence of harsh seasons, created a cocoon of environmental comfort that few childhoods enjoy. The rhythms of daily life in this setting had a gentle predictability that provided structure and security. Mornings might begin with the soft sounds of a household awakening, water running in distant bathrooms, the quiet conversation of parents preparing for their day, the gradual increase in movement and energy as children rose and prepared for school, the drive to the prestigious private schools that the Kardashian children attended would wind through beautiful neighborhoods. The car, interior a bubble of family conversation, or perhaps music from the radio, a mobile extension of home before the day's separation. School days unfolded in environments designed to nurture and challenge in equal measure. The private educational institutions favored by families like the Kardashians offered beautiful campuses with spacious classrooms, well-tended sports fields, and artistic spaces that encouraged creative expression. Fellow students came from similarly privileged backgrounds, creating a social environment where certain assumptions about lifestyle were shared, though this homogeneity would later contrast with Kim's exposure to more diverse perspectives through her father's high-profile legal work. Afternoons might find young Kim engaged in the extracurricular activities that form such an important part of childhood development. Perhaps dance classes in studios with sprung wooden floors and wall-to-wall mirrors, the gentle corrections of instructors floating through the air along with classical music, or tennis lessons on private courts, the rhythmic pop of ball against racket, creating a meditative backdrop to physical exertion. These structured activities alternated with the free play that all children need, moments of imagination and friendship unfolding in playrooms or gardens. Evenings brought the family together again, gathering around dinner tables where conversations about the day's events mingled with the gentle clink of silverware and the sharing of food. The Kardashian home would have been filled with the rich aromas of home cooking, or perhaps takeout from the finest restaurants in Beverly Hills, creating an olfactory landscape of comfort and abundance. As darkness fell outside, Lights would come on in rooms throughout the house, creating pools of golden illumination where family life continued. Homework at kitchen tables, television watched together in comfortable living rooms, bedtime rituals that provided closure to each day. The social environment of Kim's childhood existed in layers, with family at the center. Her relationship with her siblings, Kuitni, Khle, and Rob, created the intimate inner circle that would remain important throughout her life. Their shared experiences, the private languages and jokes that develop between siblings, the occasional conflicts and reconciliations. All these formed the emotional foundation upon which later relationships would be built. The age gaps between them were small enough to create a cohort of companions moving through childhood together, experiencing similar milestones at similar times. Parents Chris and Robert Kardashian provided different but complementary influences. Robert's Armenian heritage brought cultural richness and a sense of history to the family narrative. J. Simpson trial occasionally brought the wider world's attention into their private sphere. Chris, meanwhile, demonstrated entrepreneurial spirit and social savvy, characteristics that would later emerge in her children. Together, they created a parental presence that combined ambition with family devotion. Extended family expanded this circle further. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins created a network of relationships that anchored the Kardashian children in a sense of belonging that extended beyond their immediate household. Family gatherings, holidays, birthdays, celebrations punctuated the year with moments of connection, creating memories that would be revisited and treasured in later years. These occasions had their own sensory signatures. Special foods prepared according to family traditions, the mingled perfumes of female relatives, the deeper voices of men in conversation, music selected to please multiple generations. Beyond family lay the wider social world of friends and acquaintances, a circle that in Beverly Hills often included the children of other successful professionals, entertainers, and business people. Playdates and birthday parties created opportunities for social learning in protected environments, while school friendships developed according to the natural affinities of childhood. In this privileged setting, such gatherings might take place in impressive homes with entertainment features designed specifically for children's enjoyment. Home theaters, game rooms, elaborate swimming pools with slides and waterfalls. The natural environment of Southern California, though tamed and landscaped in Beverly Hills, nevertheless provided its own influence on childhood development. The consistent climate allowed for year-round outdoor activities, creating children comfortable in their physical bodies and accustomed to the pleasures of fresh air and sunshine. The nearby presence of both mountains and ocean, though perhaps experienced more as special excursions than daily reality, expanded the sensory world available to young Kim. offering experiences of natural grandeur that contrasted with the manicured perfection of her immediate surroundings. The cultural environment of Los Angeles in the 1980s and early 1990s provided yet another layer of influence. This was a time of particular material abundance and celebration of wealth in American culture. Values reflected in the television shows, movies, and music that formed the backdrop to Kim's childhood. The entertainment industry's physical presence in Los Angeles meant that its products and personalities were not distant fantasies, but local realities, perhaps encountered in restaurants or at social events, blurring the line between celebrity and ordinary life in ways that would later seem prophetic. As evening deepens and our thoughts grow more diffuse, we might imagine the bedroom where young Kim ended each day, a private space decorated to reflect her developing personality and preferences. Perhaps there were posters on walls, stuffed animals arranged on beds, books on shelves that hinted at emerging interests. The soft glow of a nightlight might have created shadows that danced gently across the ceiling as she drifted toward sleep. The distant sounds of adult conversation or television, providing reassurance of continued family presence, even as consciousness began to fade. The windows of this childhood bedroom would frame the same stars that shine above us all, connecting her experience to the universal human experience of childhood, of being small in a world not fully understood, of finding comfort in the predictable rhythms of days and nights, of family life unfolding according to its own internal logic, despite the privilege and particular circumstances of her upbringing. These fundamental aspects of childhood development remained constant, creating the foundation upon which her adult personality would later build. In these quiet spaces between wakefulness and dreams, in the gentle routines of childhood bedtimes, in the whispered goodnights and soft kisses from parents, the emotional landscape of security was created. The physical comfort of clean sheets and comfortable beds, the psychological comfort of knowing that tomorrow would unfold much like today, with its familiar faces and places. These elements combined to create the sense of safety that allows healthy development as our own thoughts grow heavier and more distant. We might reflect on how these early environments, physical, social, cultural, shape all of us in ways both obvious and subtle. The spaces we inhabit as children become internal landscapes we carry forward, influencing our preferences, our comforts, our sense of what constitutes home. The relationships that surround us become templates for future connections, teaching us how to love, how to argue, how to reconcile, how to belong. For Kim Kardashian, the particular confluence of privilege, family connection, cultural context, and physical environment created a childhood that would later serve as contrast to her public adult life. Both in its privacy and in its foundation of family-centered normalcy, despite unusual circumstances. as sleep begins to envelop us, we can release these thoughts about distant childhoods and unknown personal histories, allowing them to dissolve into the approaching dreams, carrying us gently toward rest and renewal. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. In these quiet spaces between wakefulness and dreams, in the gentle routines of childhood bedtimes, in the whispered goodnights and soft kisses from parents, the emotional landscape of security was created. The physical comfort of clean sheets and comfortable beds, the psychological comfort of knowing that tomorrow would unfold much like today, with its familiar faces and places. These elements combined to create the sense of safety that allows healthy development as our own thoughts grow heavier and more distant. We might reflect on how these early environments, physical, social, cultural, shape all of us in ways both obvious and subtle. The spaces we inhabit as children become internal landscapes we carry forward, influencing our preferences, our comforts, our sense of what constitutes home. The relationships that surround us become templates for future connections, teaching us how to love, how to argue, how to reconcile, how to belong. For Kim Kardashian, the particular confluence of privilege, family connection, cultural context, and physical environment created a childhood that would later serve as contrast to her public adult life. Both in its privacy and in its foundation of family-centered normalcy, despite unusual circumstances. As sleep begins to envelop us, we can release these thoughts about distant childhoods and unknown personal histories, allowing them to dissolve into the approaching dreams, carrying us gently toward rest and renewal. Into this tapestry of childhood memories, education weaves its own gentle patterns, creating the foundation upon which adult understanding gradually builds. For Kim Kardashian, born on October 21, 1980, in Los Angeles, California, the journey of intellectual development began in the warm embrace of family expectations and the soft glow of privilege that surrounded her early years. The daughter of attorney Robert Kardashian and Kris Houghton Kardashian, later Kris Jenner, young Kimberly Noel was surrounded by an environment that valued both traditional education and the subtle lessons of social awareness. Imagine the morning sunlight filtering through curtains as a young Kim prepared for school, the quiet rustle of breakfast preparations, the gentle encouragement of parents who understood the value of education. Her elementary education unfolded at Marymount High School, a private Roman Catholic all-girls school in Los Angeles. Picture the uniform smoothed carefully each morning, the books arranged just so in her bag, the gradual accumulation of knowledge that happens almost imperceptibly, like the slow gathering of dew on morning grass. The hallways of Marymount held the soft echoes of young women's voices, the patient explanations of teachers, the gradual building of friendships that would, in some cases, last for decades. In these formative years, Kim absorbed not just academic lessons, but social ones as well. The intricate dance of belonging, of finding one's place within a community. The uniform that all students wore may have been an early lesson in the power of appearance, even as it was meant to minimize differences between students of varying economic backgrounds. As we drift deeper into relaxation, we might imagine the teenage Kim bent over homework in the evening hours, the lamp casting a gentle pool of light on her desk, the household settling around her into nighttime routines, the subjects that most engaged her curiosity, the questions that lingered after class ended. These are the private moments of intellectual development that shape a mind in ways that standardized tests can never measure. Her father, Robert Kardashian, provided an early model of professional success through education. His law degree and subsequent career offered a template of how education could open doors, create opportunities, establish one's place in society. Though Kim would ultimately forge a path quite different from her father's. The respect for education and professional accomplishment was woven into the fabric of her upbringing, a soft but persistent reminder of possibilities. The gentle rhythm of school years continued, each season bringing its own lessons, its own challenges, its own small triumphs. Picture the satisfaction of a well-done project, the quiet pride in a good grade, the gradual building of confidence that comes from mastering new skills. For Kim, whose later life would be so defined by public perception, these years offered the privacy to try, to fail, to learn, and to grow without the harsh glare of public scrutiny. After her time at Marymount, Kim's educational journey continued in ways both formal and informal. While she did not pursue higher education in the traditional sense of university degrees, her learning continued in the practical realms of business, fashion, and media. Some might see this as a departure from educational values, but we might instead view it as a different kind of learning. Apprenticeship, observation, practical application. The ancient ways of learning that preceded formal schooling in the quiet space between childhood and adulthood. Kim began working alongside her friend Paris Hilton, absorbing lessons about celebrity, media, and public image that no university course could provide. Imagine the late-night conversations, the observations shared between friends, the gradual understanding of how public perception could be not just managed, but crafted. These were lessons in a different kind of literacy. Media literacy, image literacy, the complex language of celebrity in a changing media landscape. As our breathing deepens and our thoughts slow, we might reflect on how education happens in so many ways beyond classrooms. Kim's early work as a closet organizer and stylist for celebrities became its own kind of education. In fashion, in taste, in the subtle signals that clothing and presentation send about identity and status. Picture her carefully arranging items in a client's closet. The thoughtful consideration of color and texture. The developing eye for what works and what doesn't. These quiet hours of focused work were building a knowledge base that would later serve her well in her fashion and beauty enterprises. The soft unfolding of business acumen came through practical experience rather than business school case studies. In 2006, Kim and her sisters opened their boutique Dash, creating a laboratory for understanding retail, customer preferences, inventory management, and the countless small decisions that make a business succeed or fail. Imagine the sisters discussing new merchandise, reviewing sales figures, adjusting their approach based on what they learned day by day. This hands-on education in entrepreneurship planted seeds that would later flourish in multiple business ventures as our limbs grow heavier and our thoughts more dreamlike. We might consider how Kim's understanding of media evolved through direct engagement rather than theoretical study. The launch of Keeping Up with the Kardashians in 2007 began a master class in media production, narrative creation, and the cultivation of public interest. Behind the seemingly spontaneous moments captured on camera was a growing sophistication about storytelling, about what engages an audience, about the balance between revelation and privacy. The gentle teachers of experience offered lessons that accumulated over time, like layers of sediment gradually forming stone. Each season of the show, each business venture, each public appearance added to a growing body of knowledge about media, business, and public life. While not recorded in transcripts or measured in grade point averages, this education was nonetheless real and substantial, shaping Kim's understanding of the worlds she navigated. Mentors appeared in different forms throughout these years of development. Her mother, Kris Jenner, provided an ongoing education in business management and media savvy. Imagine the quiet conversations after business meetings, the analysis of what worked and what didn't, the strategic planning sessions that might happen around a kitchen table or during a long drive. This mother-daughter transmission of knowledge represents one of the oldest forms of education, the passing of wisdom from one generation to the next. As sleep draws nearer, we might reflect on how Kim's intellectual development included learning to navigate criticism and judgment. The harsh assessments that often accompany celebrity became lessons in resilience, in separating valid feedback from simple cruelty, in maintaining one's sense of self amid conflicting public narratives. These are profound psychological lessons that many formal educational settings never address. The development of her KKW Beauty and SKIMS lines demonstrated an evolving understanding of product development, market analysis, and brand building. Picture the long meetings with product developers, the careful testing of formulations, the thoughtful consideration of inclusive sizing and diverse skin tones. These business decisions reflected not just commercial instincts, but an education in the social contexts of beauty and fashion, an awareness of how these industries had traditionally excluded many consumers. In recent years, Kim's interest in law and criminal justice reform has represented yet another dimension of her intellectual journey. Beginning in 2018, she began an apprenticeship with a law firm in San Francisco, embracing the alternative path to legal education, known as reading the law, studying under practicing attorneys, rather than attending law school. Imagine the quiet hours of reading legal texts, the careful analysis of cases, the gradual building of a new vocabulary and way of thinking. This return to formal education in her late 30s speaks to a continuing intellectual curiosity and desire for growth. As our consciousness drifts toward sleep, we might appreciate how this legal education connects back to her father's influence, creating a circle of influence and inspiration across generations. The young girl who once watched her father practice law has now found her own path to legal knowledge, shaped by her unique experiences and perspectives. Kim's work on criminal justice reform, including her advocacy for individuals like Alice Marie Johnson, reflects an education in social systems, in the complexities of justice and mercy, in the practical application of influence for social change. These are profound lessons that transcend any single discipline or course of study. As we drift deeper toward sleep, we might reflect on how all forms of education, formal and informal, traditional and unconventional, contribute to the tapestry of understanding that shapes a life. For Kim Kardashian, the particular pattern of her education reflects the unique circumstances of her life, the opportunities available to her, and the choices she made about what to pursue and what to set aside. In these final moments before sleep claims us completely, we might appreciate that intellectual development is not a single path, but a meandering journey, different for each person, valuable in all its variations. The measure of education is not in degrees or credentials, but in the capacity to understand, to create, to solve problems, to engage meaningfully with the world. By these measures, Kim Kardashian's educational journey, like all of ours, continues day by day, experience by experience, insight by insight, unfolding like a flower opening slowly to the morning sun, beautiful in its own unique way, worthy of respect and appreciation as we finally surrender to the gentle embrace of sleep. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. The journey of any life is shaped by the people who walk alongside us, those whose wisdom lingers in our thoughts long after they have spoken, whose influence guides us even when they are not present. For Kim Kardashian, the mentors, role models, and influences in her life have woven a quiet but profound pattern, each thread contributing to the person she has become. Like the soft glow of candlelight in a dim room, These relationships have illuminated her path, offering warmth, direction, and sometimes gentle correction. One of the earliest and most enduring influences was her father, Robert Kardashian. Though he passed away when Kim was still young, his presence remained a guiding force. J. Simpson trial, a case that exposed Kim to the complexities of the legal system at an early age. She would later recall the way he spoke about fairness, about the importance of giving people the benefit of the doubt, and the weight of responsibility that came with defending someone's freedom. These conversations, though she was too young to fully grasp them at the time, planted the seeds for her later work in criminal justice reform. His dedication to his clients, his belief in second chances, these were lessons that stayed with her, surfacing years later when she found herself advocating for those who had been forgotten by the system. Her mother, Kris Jenner, was another towering figure in her life, though in a very different way. Where Robert was quiet and methodical, Kris was dynamic, entrepreneurial, a force of nature who understood the power of branding long before the word became ubiquitous. From her, Kim learned the art of reinvention, the necessity of adaptability, and the importance of seizing opportunities when they arose. Kris was not just a mother, but a manager, a strategist, and in many ways, a mentor in the business of fame. She taught Kim that influence was not just about being seen. It was about knowing how to use visibility for something meaningful. Though their relationship has had its complexities, as all mother-daughter bonds do, Kris's lessons about resilience and perseverance became part of Kim's foundation. Then there was her late grandmother, Mary Jo M.J. Shannon, a woman whose quiet strength and sharp wit left an indelible mark. MJ was the kind of person who could fill a room with warmth just by being in it. Her laughter, like a familiar melody, she was the steady presence in Kim's life, the one who reminded her to stay grounded even as the world around her shifted. MJ's home was a sanctuary, a place where Kim could step away from the cameras and simply be herself in those quiet moments, baking cookies, flipping through old photo albums, listening to stories of a time before fame. Kim learned the value of family, of roots, of remembering where you came from even as you move forward. As Kim stepped into adulthood, new mentors emerged, each offering a different kind of wisdom. One of the most unexpected but transformative relationships was with the late designer and entrepreneur, Virgil Abloh. Though their connection began in the world of fashion, it deepened into something far more meaningful. Virgil was a visionary, someone who saw possibilities where others saw limitations. He encouraged Kim to trust her instincts, to push boundaries, to embrace the discomfort that comes with growth. His sudden passing was a devastating loss, but his philosophy that creativity should never be confined continued to influence her long after he was gone. And then there were the quieter, less publicized influences, the friends, the collaborators, the people who crossed her path at just the right moment. One such figure was Jessica Jackson, a human rights attorney who became instrumental in guiding Kim's work in criminal justice reform. It was Jessica who helped translate Kim's passion into action, teaching her how to navigate the complexities of the legal system, how to advocate effectively, how to turn empathy into policy. Together, they worked on cases like that of Alice Marie Johnson, a woman serving a life sentence for a nonviolent drug offense. Kim's advocacy led to Alice's eventual release, a moment that would redefine both of their lives. But behind the headlines, it was Jessica's steady guidance that helped Kim understand the weight of what she was doing, that this was not just about one case, but about systemic change. The relationship with Alice herself became another profound source of inspiration. Here was a woman who had endured decades in prison, yet whose spirit remained unbroken, whose capacity for forgiveness and hope was boundless. Alice became more than just someone Kim helped. She became a teacher in her own right, showing Kim the true meaning of resilience. Their bond, forged in the most unlikely of circumstances, became a testament to the power of human connection, to the way lives can intersect and change one another in ways we never expect. Even the critics and skeptics played a role in shaping Kim's journey. Early on, many dismissed her as nothing more than a reality star, someone whose fame was built on image rather than substance. But rather than resent those voices, she learned from them. They pushed her to prove herself, to dig deeper, to show that there was more beneath the surface. In time, even some of her harshest detractors came to acknowledge the sincerity of her work, the depth of her commitment. And so, as we drift toward sleep, we might reflect on how the people in our lives, whether they are with us for a season or a lifetime, leave traces of themselves in who we become. For Kim, each mentor, each role model, each unexpected teacher contributed something essential. Her father's sense of justice, her mother's determination, her grandmother's grounding presence, Virgil's creativity, Jessica's expertise, Alice's resilience. These voices, these lessons, these quiet moments of guidance have shaped her path, just as the people in your own life have shaped yours. And as sleep finally settles over you, as your breathing slows and your thoughts soften, you might imagine, just for a moment, how your own story is being written by those who have walked beside you, how their wisdom, their kindness, even their challenges, have all been part of the journey. And in that gentle awareness, you can rest, knowing that no one's path is walked alone. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Kim Kardashian's early career unfolded like the slow, steady unfurling of a flower, each petal revealing a new layer of her journey, one step at a time. Before the world knew her name, before the headlines and the red carpets, she was simply a young woman navigating the quiet beginnings of what would later become an extraordinary path. Those early days were filled with small, almost unnoticed moments that, when woven together, would create the fabric of her professional life. It began in the early 2000s, a time when the internet was still finding its voice, when reality television was just beginning to reshape the landscape of fame. Kim's first forays into work were humble, grounded in the everyday. She worked as a personal stylist, helping friends and clients curate their wardrobes, a role that allowed her to explore her natural eye for fashion. There was something soothing about the way she approached style, not just as a surface-level pursuit, but as a way to help people feel confident, seen. She would spend hours flipping through racks of clothing, studying fabrics, silhouettes, the way a certain cut could transform a person's posture. These were quiet, patient tasks, far from the flashbulbs that would later define her life. One of her earliest collaborations was with Paris Hilton, a friendship that would introduce her to the world of celebrity. At the time, Paris was already a household name, her life documented in the glossy pages of magazines. And on the new frontier of reality TV, Kim worked as her assistant and stylist, learning the rhythms of fame from the inside. It was an apprenticeship of sorts, one that taught her about media, public perception, and the delicate balance of visibility and privacy. The two would spend late nights organizing closets, attending events, laughing over the absurdity of it all. Though their paths would later diverge, that time was formative, a gentle introduction to a world that would soon become her own. Then, in 2007, everything shifted. Keeping Up with the Kardashians' Asterisk premiered, a show that would redefine not just Kim's career, but the very nature of celebrity in the digital age. The series was raw, unfiltered, a window into the everyday lives of her family, the laughter, the arguments, the mundane moments that somehow felt extraordinary when shared with the world. At first, critics dismissed it as frivolous, just another reality show in a sea of content. But there was something different about it, something that resonated. People saw themselves in the Kardashians, their love for one another, their imperfections, their willingness to let the cameras capture it all. For Kim, the show was both a blessing and a challenge. Overnight, she became a public figure, her face splashed across tabloids, her every move scrutinized. The attention was overwhelming at times, a whirlwind of opinions and judgments, but she navigated it with a quiet resilience, learning to separate the noise from what truly mattered. She began to understand the power of her platform, the responsibility that came with visibility, and so, even as the world labeled her a famous for being famous star, she was quietly laying the groundwork for something more. Around this time, she made her first foray into entrepreneurship. In 2009, she launched a boutique called Dash with her sisters, Kuitni and K.H. Lay. The store, nestled in the heart of Calabasas, was a labor of love, a physical space where their shared passion for fashion could take shape. They would spend hours arranging displays, greeting customers, dreaming up new ideas. It was far from the global empire they would later build. But in those early days, there was something grounding about the work. The simplicity of running a small business. The store became a symbol of their bond, a reminder that even as fame grew, family remained at the center. Then came the social media revolution. As platforms like Twitter and Instagram began to rise, Kim recognized their potential before many others did. She saw them not just as tools for promotion, but as a way to connect directly with people, to share moments unfiltered by traditional media. Her posts, whether a behind-the-scenes glimpse of a photo shoot or a quiet morning with her family, felt intimate, personal. Slowly, she became one of the first true influencers, shaping the way celebrities engaged with their audiences. It was a subtle shift, but a profound one, rewriting the rules of fame in real time. Of course, there were missteps along the way. Not every venture succeeded. Not every decision was met with praise. But Kim had learned early on that criticism was just another part of the journey, one that could either weigh her down or push her forward. She chose the latter, using each challenge as a chance to refine her vision. By the early 2010s, she was no longer just a reality star. She was a businesswoman, a trendsetter, a cultural force in her own right. And so, as we look back on these early years, we see not just the making of a celebrity, but the slow, deliberate construction of a legacy. It was built in small moments, the quiet hours spent styling clients, the laughter shared with sisters over a boutique counter, the late-night scrolls through social media, wondering how to make it meaningful. These were the unglamorous, unnoticed steps that led to something far greater. And now, as sleep begins to settle over you, as your breath grows deeper and your thoughts softer, you might think of your own beginnings, the small, seemingly insignificant moments that have shaped who you are. Just as Kim's journey was built one step at a time, so too is yours. And in that gentle knowing, you can rest, carried by the quiet assurance that every path, no matter how grand, begins with a single, humble step, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. Kim Kardashian's rise to prominence was not just about fame, it was about transformation. With each passing year, she refined her vision, turning fleeting moments of attention into enduring influence. One of her earliest and most notable achievements was the launch of her beauty line, KKW Beauty, in 2017. The inspiration came from her own experiences, from the countless hours spent in makeup chairs, learning the contours of her face, the way light played on her skin, the subtle art of enhancement. She wanted to create products that weren't just about covering flaws, but celebrating individuality. The process was meticulous, involving endless rounds of testing, adjusting shades, textures, and finishes until they met her exacting standards. The result was a line that felt personal, almost intimate, as though each product had been crafted just for the person holding it. The impact was immediate. Within hours of launch, the first collection sold out, proving that her connection with her audience ran deeper than mere celebrity. But Kim's ambitions stretched far beyond beauty. She had always been fascinated by fashion, not just as an observer, but as someone who understood its power to shape identity. In 2019, she introduced SKIMS, a shapewear and loungewear brand designed to embrace every body type. This was not just another celebrity venture. It was born from a genuine gap in the market, from conversations with women who felt unseen by traditional fashion. Kim spent months working with designers, testing fabrics that moved with the body rather than against it, ensuring that every piece offered both comfort and confidence. The process was slow, deliberate, almost meditative in its attention to detail. When SKIMS finally launched, it wasn't just a brand, it was a movement. Women everywhere saw themselves reflected in its inclusive sizing and thoughtful design, and the ripple effect was undeniable. The fashion industry, often rigid in its standards, began to shift, proving that Kim's influence could reshape even the most entrenched norms. Her work extended into the digital world as well, where she became one of the first celebrities to truly master the art of social media. Long before influencers dominated the landscape, Kim understood the power of a single image, a carefully curated moment. She didn't just post, she told stories, crafting a narrative that felt both aspirational and strangely relatable. Whether it was a candid snapshot of her morning routine or a glamorous red carpet reveal, she approached each post with the same thoughtfulness, the same understanding of her audience's desires. This wasn't accidental. It was strategy honed over years of trial and error. She studied engagement, adjusted her approach, and in doing so, redefined what it meant to be famous in the age of the internet. The result was a following that numbered in the hundreds of millions, a testament to her ability to connect on a scale few could match. Yet, for all her success in business and media, one of Kim's most profound contributions came in an entirely different arena: criminal justice reform. What began as a personal interest, sparked by conversations with friends and activists, soon became a driving passion. She immersed herself in the complexities of the legal system, studying case files late into the night, building relationships with lawyers and policymakers. In 2018, she played a pivotal role in securing the release of Alice Marie Johnson, a grandmother serving a life sentence for a nonviolent drug offense. The process was painstaking, requiring countless meetings, appeals, and a willingness to use her platform for something far bigger than herself. But Kim persisted, driven by the belief that everyone deserved a second chance. Her advocacy didn't stop there. she went on to champion multiple cases, even enrolling in law school to deepen her understanding of the system. It was a quiet, often unglamorous effort, far removed from the flash of Hollywood, but its impact was immeasurable. Lives were changed because of her work, a reminder that influence, when wielded with intention, could be a force for profound good. Throughout all of this, Kim's personal life remained a balancing act, one she navigated with the same careful attention she gave to her professional endeavors. Motherhood became another layer of her journey, shaping her in ways she hadn't anticipated. She spoke openly about the challenges of raising 4 children in the public eye, the sleepless nights, the moments of doubt, but also the overwhelming love that made it all worthwhile. Her family was her anchor, a source of stability amid the whirlwind of her career. Even as the world watched, she carved out quiet spaces, Sunday dinners, bedtime stories, lazy afternoons at home that kept her grounded. These moments, small and unremarkable to an outsider, were the foundation of her resilience, the quiet counterbalance to her very public life. And so, as we trace the arc of Kim's achievements, what emerges is not just a list of successes, but a portrait of someone who refused to be defined by a single role. She was a businesswoman, an advocate, a mother, a trendsetter, each facet informing the others, each chapter building on the last. Her methods were rarely flashy. They were built on persistence, on a willingness to listen and learn, on an understanding that true influence came not from shouting the loudest, but from speaking with purpose. Her impact was felt not just in the products she sold or the causes she championed, but in the way she redefined what it meant to be a modern woman in the public eye. Now, as your eyelids grow heavy and the world around you softens, you might think about the quiet determination it takes to build something lasting. Just as Kim's legacy was woven from countless small choices, so too are the stories we write for ourselves. There is comfort in knowing that greatness is not born in a single moment, but in the accumulation of effort, in the gentle persistence of showing up day after day. And with that thought, you can let go, drifting into sleep with the peaceful certainty that every journey, no matter how grand, is made one step at a time. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Every life is shaped by moments that, in retrospect, stand out like signposts, turning points, where a single decision alters the course of everything that follows. For Kim Kardashian, these moments were not always grand or dramatic, but they were pivotal nonetheless, each one quietly steering her toward the future she would eventually build. Let's drift back through some of these key crossroads, exploring how they shaped her journey and how different choices might have led to entirely different outcomes. One of the earliest turning points came not from ambition, but from circumstance. The release of a private tape in 2007 could have been the kind of scandal that derailed a young woman's life, leaving her defined by a moment she never intended to share with the world. But instead of retreating, Kim and her family made a choice that would change everything. They leaned into the spotlight, launching Keeping Up with the Kardashians*. It was a gamble, one that could have easily backfired, turning them into caricatures of reality television excess. But there was something different about their approach. The show wasn't just about drama, it was about family, about the messy, relatable dynamics of siblings and parents navigating life together. Had they chosen to hide, to let shame dictate their next steps, the world might never have seen the resilience and business savvy that would later become Kim's trademarks. Instead, they turned vulnerability into opportunity, and in doing so, laid the foundation for an empire. Another quiet but profound shift came when Kim began to move beyond the confines of reality TV. For years, she was known primarily as a socialite, a face in the tabloids, but she harbored deeper ambitions. The launch of her boutique Dash stores with her sisters was an early hint of her entrepreneurial spirit, but it was her foray into fashion and beauty that truly marked a turning point. In 2017, she launched KKW Beauty, a brand built on her understanding of makeup as both art and empowerment. This wasn't just another celebrity vanity project. It was a carefully crafted extension of her personal aesthetic, a reflection of her belief that beauty could be transformative. Had she stayed content with fame alone, she might have remained a footnote in pop culture history. But by choosing to build something tangible, she ensured her influence would outlast the fleeting nature of celebrity. Perhaps one of the most unexpected pivots in her life was her growing commitment to criminal justice reform. This shift didn't come from a calculated career move, but from a personal awakening. In 2018, she successfully advocated for the release of Alice Marie Johnson, a woman serving a life sentence for a nonviolent drug offense. This moment could have been a one-time act of charity, a brief detour from her usual world of glamour and business. But instead, Kim chose to immerse herself in the cause, studying law, working with activists, and using her platform to push for systemic change. It was a decision that redefined her public image, proving that her influence could extend far beyond fashion and entertainment. Had she ignored this calling, she might have remained a controversial figure, dismissed as shallow by her critics. But by embracing this new purpose, she demonstrated that reinvention is always possible, even for someone already in the global spotlight. Motherhood, too, became a quiet revolution in her life. When she welcomed her first child in 2013, the world watched closely, speculating about how parenthood would change her. Some assumed she might step back, prioritizing privacy over her career. Instead, Kim found a way to integrate her roles, balancing late-night feedings with business meetings, diaper changes with red carpets. She spoke openly about the challenges, the guilt of being away from her children, the pressure to have it all. but also about the profound joy they brought her. Had she chosen to shield her family from the public eye entirely, she might have preserved a sense of normalcy for them, but she also would have missed the chance to redefine what it means to be a working mother in the modern era by sharing her struggles and triumphs. She made space for other women to do the same. Even her romantic relationships, often dissected in the media, played a role in shaping her path. Her marriage to Kanye West was more than a tabloid spectacle. It was a partnership that influenced her creatively, pushing her to think bigger about fashion, art, and self-expression. Their eventual divorce, too, became a moment of reinvention, a chance to step out of the shadow of a tumultuous relationship and reclaim her narrative. Had she stayed in a situation that no longer served her, she might have remained stagnant, confined by others' expectations. But by choosing to walk away, she proved that even the most public figures deserve the freedom to evolve. The beauty of these turning points is that they were never guaranteed. At any moment, Kim could have chosen a different path, one of comfort, of safety, of sticking to what she knew. But each time she stood at a crossroads, she opted for growth, even when it meant uncertainty. And while the world often remembers the headlines, the scandals, the successes, the dramatic shifts, it's the quieter decisions that truly shaped her. The late nights studying law, the family dinners kept sacred amid chaos, the small acts of perseverance that built a legacy. As you drift toward sleep now, think of your own life's turning points, the moments that could have gone differently. There's a gentle comfort in knowing that even the most influential lives are built one choice at a time, with no single moment defining the whole. Kim's story reminds us that reinvention is always possible, that growth often comes from unexpected places, and that the most meaningful journeys are those we shape ourselves. And with that thought, you can let go, sinking deeper into rest, knowing that every new day is its own crossroads, its own chance to begin again. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. The relationships in Kim Kardashian's life have been like threads woven through the fabric of her journey, each one adding depth, color, and texture to the tapestry of her story. Some were fleeting, others enduring, but all left their mark in ways both subtle and profound. From the very beginning, family was the cornerstone of her world. The Kardashian-Jenner household was a tight-knit unit, with her mother, Kris Jenner, acting as both matriarch and manager, guiding her children through the unpredictable currents of fame. Kim's bond with her sisters, Kourtney, K.H. Kendall, and Kylie, was one of unwavering loyalty. Even when clashing personalities or public spats made headlines, there was something comforting in the way they always circled back to one another, their love deeper than any disagreement. Late-night talks in Kourtney's kitchen, impromptu shopping trips with K.H. the quiet understanding between her and the younger sisters as they navigated the pressures of growing up in the spotlight. These were the moments that grounded her, reminding her of who she was beneath the fame. Romantic relationships, too, shaped her in ways the public only glimpsed. Her early romances were quieter, less scrutinized, before the world became invested in her love life. But it was her marriage to Kanye West that became a defining chapter. At first, their connection was electric, a meeting of two creative minds who pushed each other to dream bigger. He saw her potential in ways she hadn't yet dared to imagine, encouraging her to step into high fashion, to embrace the artistry of her image. Together, they were a force, attending Met Galas, building empires, raising 4 children in a whirlwind of creativity and chaos. But love under a microscope is never simple. The pressures of fame, the intensity of their personalities, the shifting tides of their individual growth, all of it slowly pulled them in different directions. The decision to part ways was painful, but necessary. A quiet act of self-preservation that allowed her to rediscover herself outside of the partnership. In the stillness that followed, she found a new kind of strength, one that came from standing on her own. Friendships, too, played a subtle but essential role in her life. Jonathan Cheban, known as her longtime confidant, food god, was more than just a friend. He was a constant, the person who made her laugh when the world felt heavy. Their bond, spanning decades, was a testament to the power of loyalty in an industry where relationships often faded as quickly as trends. Then there were her professional collaborations, mentors like the late designer Thierry Mugler, who saw in her a muse and a visionary, helping her refine her aesthetic into something timeless. These connections weren't just transactional. They were relationships built on mutual respect, each one leaving an imprint on her work and her sense of self. Even her relationship with the public evolved over time. Early in her career, she was a figure of fascination, often reduced to tabloid caricatures. But as the years passed, she learned to control her narrative, using her platform to advocate for criminal justice reform, to build businesses on her own terms, to show the world that there was far more to her than met the eye. The people who believed in her, her fans, her team, her family, became a quiet source of strength, reminding her that her voice mattered beyond the noise. And then there were the quieter bonds, the ones rarely discussed but deeply felt. Her relationship with her father, Robert Kardashian, lingered in memory long after his passing. His legacy, a quiet undercurrent in her life. Her children, too, became her greatest teachers, showing her a love so pure it reshaped her priorities entirely. In their laughter, their curiosity, their unfiltered honesty, she found clarity, a reminder that the most meaningful connections are often the simplest. Conflicts, of course, were inevitable. Public feuds with former friends, tensions within the family, the inevitable growing pains of relationships under scrutiny, all of it was part of the journey. But what mattered was the way she navigated them. Some rifts healed with time, others remained as lessons learned. Through it all, she carried an understanding that people come into our lives for a reason, even if they don't stay forever. As you let these reflections drift through your mind, consider how your own relationships have shaped you, the ones that lifted you, the ones that challenged you, the ones that quietly changed the course of your life. There's a softness in knowing that no connection is ever wasted, that every person leaves a trace, a lesson, a memory. Kim's story reminds us that love, in all its forms, is a mirror, showing us parts of ourselves we might not have seen otherwise. And as you sink deeper into rest, you can take comfort in the thought that relationships, like life itself, are ever evolving, always offering new chances to grow, to heal, to begin again. So breathe slowly, let your thoughts settle like petals on water, and know that just as Kim found her way through the twists and turns of connection, so too can you. The people who matter will always find their way back to you, in one form or another. And with that quiet assurance, you can drift into sleep, wrapped in the gentle truth that love, in all its complexity, is what makes the journey worthwhile. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography, Kim Kardashian's personal life. Away from the cameras and the whirlwind of fame is a tapestry woven with quiet moments, deep connections, and the simple pleasures that ground her. Though the world often sees her as a figure of glamour and controversy, those closest to her know the softer, more introspective side of her, the woman who treasures stolen hours of stillness, the warmth of family, and the rituals that bring her peace. At the heart of her world are her children, the four bright souls who fill her days with laughter, chaos, and an endless well of love. North, Saint, Chicago, and Psalm, each with their own distinct personalities, each teaching her something new about patience, wonder, and the boundless nature of a mother's heart. Mornings often begin with sleepy cuddles, the soft rustle of blankets as little feet pad into her room, their voices still hushed with dreams. She savors these early hours before the rush of the day sets in, when the world feels tender and unhurried. Breakfasts are unhurried affairs, pancakes drizzled with syrup, fruit cut into tiny bites, the sound of giggles bouncing off the kitchen walls. Outside of motherhood, Kim has cultivated habits that anchor her in the present. She is a woman who finds solace in routine, in the quiet repetition of small acts that bring order to her often chaotic life. Skincare, for instance, is more than just a ritual. It's a form of self-care, a moment to slow down and tend to herself. The gentle sweep of a cleanser, the cool press of a jade roller, the rich scent of moisturizer sinking into her skin. These are the tiny pauses that remind her to breathe. Even in the busiest of times, she carves out these pockets of calm, because she's learned that stillness is not a luxury, but a necessity. Her home reflects this balance between opulence and comfort, though it's a sprawling, minimalist sanctuary, all neutral tones and sleek lines, it's also filled with traces of life. A child's drawing taped to the refrigerator, a stack of well-loved books on the nightstand, the faint scent of candles lingering in the air. She loves the quiet hum of her house at night, when the kids are asleep and the world outside feels distant. Sometimes she'll sit by the pool, wrapped in a soft throw, listening to the water lap against the edges, the city lights twinkling in the distance like far-off stars. Relationships, of course, have always been a defining thread in her story. Her bond with her sisters is one of both fierce loyalty and playful rivalry, a dynamic that anyone with siblings will recognize. There are group chats filled with inside jokes, last-minute plans for dinners that stretch late into the night, and the kind of arguments that only people who have known you your whole life can have, heated in the moment, but always softened by love. Grease, her mother, remains her rock, the steady presence who's seen her through every high and low. Their connection is one of mutual respect, a partnership that's evolved over the years from mother and daughter to something more like equals. Two women who have weathered storms side by side. Romantic love, too, has shaped her in profound ways. She's spoken openly about how her past relationships, both the fleeting and the formative, have taught her about her own boundaries, her capacity for forgiveness, and the kind of partnership she truly desires. Love for her is not just about grand gestures, but the quiet, daily choices to show up, to listen, to grow alongside someone. Though her marriages didn't last, they left her with gifts, the wisdom of knowing what she needs, the clarity to recognize what no longer serves her, and above all, the unwavering love she has for her children, who are the greatest legacy of those chapters. Beyond the personal, Kim has always been drawn to the world of beauty and fashion, not just as a business, but as a form of self-expression. There's a joy for her in the artistry of it all, the way a perfectly tailored dress can make her feel powerful, or how a bold lip color can shift her entire mood. She loves the process of getting ready, the transformation that happens when she steps into a role, whether it's for a red carpet or just a day at the office. But she's just as content in her off-duty moments, slipping into oversized sweaters and sneakers, her hair pulled into a careless bun, no makeup except maybe a swipe of lip balm. It's in these unguarded times that she feels most like herself. One of her lesser-known passions is reading. She's often tucked away with a book, savoring the escape of a good story or the quiet revelation of a memoir. There's something grounding about the weight of a book in her hands, the slow turn of pages, the way time seems to stretch in those stolen moments. She's drawn to stories of resilience, of people who have faced impossible odds and found their way through, perhaps because she sees echoes of her own journey in them. And then there are the hobbies that surprise people. She loves puzzles, the methodical satisfaction of fitting pieces together, the gradual reveal of a bigger picture. It's a metaphor she appreciates. Life, after all, is much the same way. She's also secretly competitive about game nights, whether it's charades with her sisters or a heated round of Uno with the kids. Laughter rings through the house on those evenings, the kind of deep belly laughs that leave you breathless and remind you how good it feels to simply be present. At her core, Kim is guided by a few simple philosophies. One is the belief in hard work, not as a means to an end, but as a way of honoring your own potential. Another is the importance of kindness, even when the world isn't kind in return, and perhaps most deeply, she holds onto the idea that growth is never linear. There will be missteps, regrets, moments she wishes she could undo, but each one has led her to where she is now, and for that, she's learned to be grateful. As you let these glimpses of her life linger in your mind, imagine the soft glow of lamplight in her bedroom, the quiet sigh of the house settling around her. She's just like anyone else in those moments, a woman who loves, who dreams, who seeks peace in a noisy world. And as you drift toward sleep, you can take comfort in the thought that no matter how chaotic life may seem, there are always these pockets of stillness, these small rituals that bring us back to ourselves. So breathe deeply, let go of the day, and know that somewhere under the same sky, Kim is doing the same, finding her way, one quiet moment at a time. And if she can rest, so can you. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the quiet hush of early morning, before the world stirs awake, Kim often finds herself wrapped in the soft embrace of silence. The first light of dawn seeps through sheer curtains, casting delicate patterns across her bedroom, where muted tones of cream and beige create a sanctuary of calm. She wakes slowly, letting her body adjust to the new day, never rushing the transition from sleep to wakefulness. There is no jarring alarm, only the gradual awareness of breath, of the gentle weight of blankets, of the distant hum of the city still half asleep. Her mornings begin with stillness, a few moments of gratitude, whispered quietly in her mind for the day ahead. Then comes the ritual of hydration. A tall glass of water, cool and crisp, sometimes with a squeeze of lemon, other times just pure and simple. She moves through her home with quiet purpose, bare feet padding across smooth floors, the faint scent of lavender from a diffuser lingering in the air. If it's a day for movement, she might slip into soft leggings and a loose sweater, heading to her private gym where the light is always soft, the equipment arranged just so. Yoga comes first, slow and deliberate stretches that ease her body into wakefulness, followed by light weights or a session on the elliptical. Never pushing too hard, just enough to feel alive. Breakfast is a quiet affair, avocado toast with a sprinkle of sea salt, perhaps, or a smoothie packed with greens and almond butter, sipped slowly from a heavy ceramic mug. She sits by a window, watching the sunlight shift across the trees outside, letting her mind settle before the day's demands begin. If the kids are awake by then, their laughter fills the space, a joyful counterpoint to her morning calm. She greets them with hugs, with murmured words of affection. Before the rhythm of the house picks up, school bags packed, shoes tied, little voices chattering about the day ahead. Once the house empties, her workspace calls. Her office is a study in order, a wide, uncluttered desk, a sleek laptop, a notebook always open for scribbled thoughts. The walls are painted a soothing neutral. The only decorations, a few framed photos, and a single piece of abstract art that never fails to ground her. She works in focused bursts, answering emails, reviewing contracts, jotting down ideas for upcoming projects. The phone might ring, her assistant's voice filtering through with updates. But even then, there's no urgency, just the steady hum of productivity, the kind that comes from knowing each task has its time. Lunch is often simple, a salad with grilled chicken, a bowl of steaming miso soup, something nourishing but light. She eats without distraction, sometimes outside if the weather permits, feeling the sun on her skin, the breeze rustling through her hair. Afternoons might bring meetings, whether in person or over video calls. Her demeanor always composed, her voice measured and warm. Even in the busiest stretches, she carves out moments to pause, a deep breath, a sip of herbal tea, a glance out the window to remind herself that time is fluid, that not everything must be rushed. As evening approaches, the pace slows. If she's home, she might drift into the kitchen, where the scent of dinner begins to fill the air, roasted vegetables, perhaps, or a hearty pasta dish. Something comforting, but never heavy. The kids return, their energy bright and boundless, and she listens to their stories, their triumphs and small frustrations, offering a steady presence amid the whirlwind of their days. Dinner is shared around the table, laughter mingling with the clink of cutlery, the glow of candlelight softening the edges of the room. When the house settles again, she retreats to her bathroom, where the ritual of winding down begins. The tub fills with steaming water, scented with eucalyptus or chamomile, and she sinks into it with a sigh, letting the heat ease the tension from her muscles. Skincare follows, a careful routine of cleansers, serums, creams applied with slow, deliberate strokes. The mirror fogs with steam, her reflection blurred and dreamlike. And for a few minutes, there is nothing but the quiet, the ritual, the act of caring for herself. Then comes the final surrender to rest. Her bedroom is dim, the sheets crisp and cool, the pillows arranged just so. She might read for a while a novel, a memoir, something that lets her mind drift away from the day's concerns. Or she might simply lie there, listening to the quiet sounds of the house, the distant hum of the city beyond, feeling the weight of the blankets, the steady rhythm of her breath. And as sleep begins to claim her, she thinks not of the things left undone, not of the noise of the world, but of the small moments that made the day meaningful. A child's laughter, the taste of her morning coffee, the warmth of sunlight on her skin. These are the things she carries into dreams, the quiet joys that remind her life, for all its chaos, is also made of stillness. And as you listen to this rhythm of her days, this gentle back and forth between doing and resting, perhaps you too feel the pull of sleep, the quiet assurance that the world can wait, that for now, there is only this moment, this soft, forgiving darkness, inviting you to let go, to drift, to rest. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Kim Kardashian's personal philosophy is one that has unfolded like a slow, measured exhale, a blend of ambition and presence, of public spectacle and private stillness. Over the years, her worldview has been shaped by the interplay of spotlight and shadow, of noise and quiet reflection. She once said, "I used to think success was about being seen." This shift in perspective didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual awakening, a series of lessons learned in the glare of fame and the solitude of introspection. In her early years, the world knew her as a reality star, a figure of glamour and controversy, someone who seemed to thrive on attention. But beneath the surface, there was always more, a quiet determination, a curiosity about life beyond the lens. She once reflected, "Fame gives you a platform, but it doesn't tell you what to do with it." For Kim, that realization became the foundation of her evolving philosophy. She began to see her visibility not just as a means of personal success, but as a responsibility, a way to amplify causes close to her heart, to use her voice for something larger than herself. One of the core values that guided her was resilience. Growing up in a family that was no stranger to public scrutiny, she learned early that opinions were fleeting, but self-belief had to be unwavering. "People will talk no matter what you do," she once mused. This mindset carried her through moments of doubt, through the inevitable ebbs and flows of public perception. She embraced the idea that reinvention wasn't just possible, it was necessary. From reality television to entrepreneurship, from fashion to criminal justice reform, her path was never linear, but always intentional. Her approach to business mirrored her approach to life, pragmatic, yet infused with passion. She often spoke about the importance of hard work, of showing up even when the cameras weren't rolling. "Success isn't handed to you," she would say. This work ethic wasn't just about achieving external milestones. It was about honoring the quiet discipline that made those milestones possible. She found joy in the process, in the slow, steady accumulation of effort that eventually blossomed into something tangible. But perhaps the most profound shift in her philosophy came with motherhood. The birth of her children softened her in ways she hadn't anticipated, grounding her in a deeper sense of purpose. "Becoming a mom changes everything," she shared. "Suddenly, the things that used to matter so much, they just don't." This newfound perspective seeped into every aspect of her life, from the way she structured her days to the causes she championed. She began to prioritize moments of stillness, of unplugged connection, recognizing that the truest measure of a life well lived wasn't in headlines, but in the quiet, ordinary magic of being there, fully, completely, for the people she loved. Her advocacy work, particularly in criminal justice reform, became an extension of this philosophy. It was no longer enough to simply exist in the world. She felt compelled to make it better, to use her influence to shine a light on injustices that often went unnoticed. Everyone deserves a second chance, she would say, her voice calm but firm. This commitment wasn't performative. It was deeply personal. She spent hours studying law, meeting with advocates, listening to stories that moved her to action. In these moments, her worldview expanded beyond the confines of celebrity, touching something far more human, far more universal. Even in her relationship with beauty and self-image, her philosophy evolved. Once known for a carefully curated aesthetic, she began to speak openly about the pressures of perfection, about the freedom that came with embracing imperfection. "I used to think I had to look a certain way to be accepted," she admitted. "Now I know that real beauty is in the moments when you're just you." This acceptance wasn't just about appearance. It was about authenticity, a value that became central to her sense of self. At her core, Kim Kardashian's philosophy is one of balance, between ambition and surrender, between public and private, between doing and being. She moves through the world with a quiet confidence, a recognition that life is both fleeting and profound, and that the truest measure of success is in the legacy of kindness, of impact, of love. As she once put it, at the end of the day, what matters isn't what people say about you. And so, as the day winds down and the world outside grows still, she finds herself in that familiar space between wakefulness and sleep, reflecting not on the noise of the day, but on the whispers of meaning beneath it, the laughter of her children, the satisfaction of work done well, the quiet knowledge that she is exactly where she's meant to be. These are the thoughts that carry her into rest, the gentle reminders that life, for all its complexity, is also beautifully simple. And as you listen to the rhythm of her journey, the rise, the stumble, the growth, perhaps you too feel a sense of calm, a recognition that we are all works in progress, all learning, all evolving. The night wraps around you like a soft embrace, and for now, there is no need to rush, no need to strive. There is only this moment, this breath, this quiet invitation to rest, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Life, for all its beauty, is never without its challenges, and Kim Kardashian's journey has been no exception. There were moments when the path ahead seemed unclear, when the weight of public scrutiny felt heavy, when personal struggles cast long shadows. Yet, through each obstacle, she learned that resilience is not about avoiding the storm, but about learning to dance in the rain. One of the earliest and most publicized setbacks came in the form of a leaked private moment, a violation that could have broken her spirit. The world seemed to judge, to whisper, to define her by a single moment she never intended to share. It would have been easy to retreat, to let shame dictate her next steps. But instead, she chose to reclaim her narrative. Slowly, steadily, she shifted the focus from what had happened to what she would do next, building a career, a brand, and eventually a platform to advocate for others who had felt exposed or misunderstood. It wasn't an overnight transformation, but a quiet, persistent act of self-determination. Then there was the challenge of being taken seriously. For years, she was dismissed as just a reality star, her ambition overshadowed by the glitter of fame. People underestimated her, assuming that because her life played out on screen, there was no depth beneath the surface. But she knew differently. She immersed herself in business, studying the intricacies of branding, licensing, and entrepreneurship. When critics said she was just a face, she became a force, launching successful ventures, from makeup to shapewear, each one a testament to her ability to adapt and evolve. She learned that proving people wrong didn't require loud declarations, but consistent, deliberate action. Personal heartbreak, too, shaped her journey. Divorce, public and private, carried its own kind of grief, the ache of dreams unfulfilled, the quiet loneliness of rebuilding. There were nights when the future must have felt uncertain, when the weight of starting over pressed heavily on her heart. But in those moments, she discovered a strength she didn't know she had. She leaned into motherhood, allowing her children to be both her anchor and her inspiration. She redefined family on her own terms, showing that love doesn't have to fit a single mold to be real, to be meaningful. Even in her advocacy work, obstacles arose. When she first began fighting for criminal justice reform, many dismissed her as an unlikely voice in the space. She wasn't a lawyer, hadn't spent years in activism. What could she possibly contribute? But she refused to let doubters dictate her impact. She studied relentlessly, meeting with experts, listening to those directly affected by the system. She used her platform to amplify stories that needed to be heard, and in doing so, helped secure freedom for individuals who had been forgotten by the courts. It was a reminder that passion, paired with persistence, could move mountains. Through every challenge, there was a common thread, a willingness to learn, to grow, to turn stumbling blocks into stepping stones. She often speaks about the importance of self-reflection, of sitting with discomfort rather than running from it. In the quiet moments when the cameras were off and the world wasn't watching, she asked herself hard questions. What did this experience teach me? How can I use this pain to help someone else? The answers didn't always come quickly, but they came softly, like the first light of dawn after a long night. And perhaps the greatest lesson of all was learning to embrace imperfection in a world that often demands flawlessness. She allowed herself to be human, to make mistakes, to change her mind, to grow. She let go of the need to have everything figured out, understanding that life's most beautiful moments often emerge from the unexpected detours. Now, as the night deepens and the stars blink softly overhead, there is a quiet wisdom in her story, a reminder that challenges don't define us, but how we rise from them does. Each setback, each tear, each moment of doubt was woven into the tapestry of her life, adding depth, adding meaning. And as you drift into sleep, let that thought comfort you that every struggle you faced, every obstacle you've overcome, is part of your own unfolding story, soft and sacred, just like this moment of rest. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. There is a side to Kim Kardashian that exists beyond the flashbulbs and the curated Instagram posts. A quieter, more introspective version of herself that few ever see. In the stillness of early mornings, before the world wakes up, she finds pockets of peace moments where she is simply Kim, not the icon, not the brand, just herself. One of her lesser-known passions is organizing, not the kind you see in home makeover shows, but the deeply satisfying, almost meditative act of sorting through drawers, labeling containers, and creating order out of chaos. She once spent an entire Sunday afternoon reorganizing her children's toy bins, not because it needed to be done, but because the rhythm of arranging and categorizing soothed her mind. There's something grounding about the simplicity of putting things in their right place, especially in a life that often feels anything but simple. Then there's her love of baking, a hobby she rarely discusses publicly. She finds comfort in the precision of measuring flour, the slow stirring of batter, the warmth of an oven filling the kitchen with sweetness. One of her guilty pleasures is baking late at night, when the house is quiet, and the only sounds are the hum of the mixer and the occasional creak of a settling home. She doesn't always follow recipes to the letter. Sometimes she experiments, adding an extra pinch of cinnamon or a drizzle of honey just to see what happens. It's a small act of rebellion in a world that expects perfection from her at all times. And when the cookies come out just right, slightly golden at the edges, she lets herself enjoy them without guilt, savoring the simple pleasure of something made with her own hands. She also has a surprising talent for languages. While she may not be fluent, she has a knack for picking up phrases in different tongues, often surprising friends with unexpected words in Armenian, her father's native language, or bits of French from years of traveling to Paris. There's a quiet pride in this skill, a connection to her roots and to the wider world that doesn't always make it onto camera. She once spent an entire flight practicing Mandarin with a flight attendant, laughing at her own mispronunciations, but refusing to give up until she got the tones just right. It's these small, unguarded moments that reveal her curiosity, her willingness to be a beginner at something, even when the world expects her to be an expert at everything. And then there's her love of old movies, the kind that play in black and white on classic film channels late at night. She has a soft spot for Audrey Hepburn, not just for her style, but for the grace with which she carried herself both on and off screen. There's something comforting about losing herself in those stories, where the drama is scripted and the endings are tidy, a stark contrast to the unpredictability of real life. She once admitted that on particularly stressful days, she'll curl up with a vintage film and a cup of chamomile tea, letting the flickering light of the screen lull her into a calmer state of mind. Few know about her fascination with astronomy either. On clear nights, she'll sometimes step outside and just look up, tracing constellations with her eyes, marveling at how small her problems seem under such an expansive sky. She keeps a book of star charts by her bedside, flipping through it when she can't sleep, learning the names of distant galaxies and the myths behind the stars. There's a humbling beauty in remembering that we're all just tiny specks in an infinite universe. And somehow, that thought brings her peace. She also has a deep appreciation for handwritten letters. In an age of texts and DMs, she still believes in the magic of putting pen to paper, of sealing an envelope and sending a piece of herself across miles. She writes notes to her children, tucking them into lunchboxes or under pillows, little reminders that they're loved even when she's busy. And she keeps a box of letters from her own childhood, fragile pages filled with her mother's looping handwriting, a tangible connection to the past that she treasures more than any material possession. One of her most unexpected contradictions is her love of silence. For someone so associated with noise, the buzz of paparazzi, the chatter of reality TV, the constant hum of social media, she craves stillness. She'll sometimes drive without music, just listening to the sound of the road beneath the tires, or sit in her garden with no phone, no distractions, just the rustle of leaves and the distant chirp of birds. In those moments, she isn't thinking about what's next, about deadlines or appearances or expectations. She's just being, breathing, existing without performance. And then there's her hidden artistic side. She sketches occasionally, small doodles in the margins of notebooks, quick portraits of her kids when they're engrossed in play. She's never taken an art class, never claimed to be good at it, but there's joy in the act of creating something imperfect, something just for herself. She once filled an entire journal with abstract watercolors, blending colors aimlessly, not trying to make anything recognizable, just letting her hands move without overthinking. It was messy, unpredictable, and utterly freeing. Perhaps the most surprising thing about her is how deeply she values the ordinary. The mornings when she can drink her coffee without rushing. The afternoons when she gets to pick her kids up from school herself. The evenings when there's nothing on the schedule but a family movie night. These are the moments she holds closest, the ones she guards fiercely, because they remind her that beneath the fame, the glamour, the scrutiny. She's just a person, someone who laughs too loudly at bad jokes, who burns toast sometimes, who still gets nervous before big meetings. And as you drift off to sleep, imagine her in one of those quiet, unremarkable moments, standing at a kitchen counter dusted with flour, or lying on a blanket in the backyard counting stars, or scribbling a doodle in the corner of a notebook. It's in these small, unseen pockets of life that she feels most like herself, most at peace. And maybe that's the most relatable thing of all, the universal longing to be known, not for what we do, but for who we are when no one is watching. So rest easy, knowing that even the most larger-than-life figures have their soft, simple human sides, just like you. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters to understand the world that shaped Kim Kardashian. We must drift back to the late 20th century, a time of rapid change, when the hum of dial-up internet and the glow of cathode ray televisions filled American homes. She was born in 1980, the same year CNN launched as the first 24-hour news network, foreshadowing a future where media would become inescapable, where stories would unfold in real time, where private lives would gradually blur into public spectacle. The decade of her childhood was the 1980s, an era of excess, big hair, and bold colors, aesthetic choices that would later echo in her own love for dramatic silhouettes and statement fashion. The Cold War still loomed in those early years, but by the time she was a teenager, the Berlin Wall had crumbled, and the world was shifting toward a new kind of interconnectedness. The rise of personal computers and the early internet in the 1990s meant that information, and eventually fame, could spread faster than ever before. Yet, in those days, celebrity was still something distant, something reserved for movie stars and musicians, not yet something that could be cultivated from a bedroom with a webcam. Kim grew up in Los Angeles, a city already steeped in the mythology of Hollywood, where ordinary lives could, with the right twist of fate, become extraordinary. J. Simpson trial, offering her an early glimpse of how quickly media attention could descend upon a family. But beyond the courtroom drama, the 1990s were also a time of cultural upheaval. Hip-hop was reshaping music. Streetwear was becoming high fashion. And reality TV was just beginning to flicker to life with shows like The Real World Asterisk. All of these elements would later converge in her own career, though no one could have predicted it at the time. When she turned 21 in 2001, the world was still reeling from September 11th, a moment that shifted global politics, security, and even the way people consumed media. Fear and uncertainty lingered, but so did a craving for distraction, for entertainment that felt immediate and real. By the mid-2000s, social media platforms like MySpace and then Facebook began connecting people in ways that felt both intimate and vast. Then, in 2007, the first iPhone was released, putting a camera, the internet, and eventually Instagram in everyone's pocket. The stage was being set for a new kind of fame, one built not just on talent, but on personality, on the ability to let the world in. It was in this landscape that Keeping Up with the Kardashians premiered in 2007, a show that would redefine celebrity for the digital age. At the time, reality TV was still seen as somewhat unserious, a guilty pleasure rather than a legitimate path to influence. But the cultural appetite was shifting. People wanted authenticity, or at least the illusion of it. They wanted to see families that looked like theirs, with sibling rivalries and messy kitchens, even if those families also lived in mansions and drove luxury cars. The show's success mirrored the rise of YouTube, Twitter, and later, Instagram, platforms that rewarded relatability as much as glamour. And then, almost imperceptibly, Kim became something more than a reality star. She became a brand, a businesswoman, a trendsetter. The 2010s saw her pivot toward fashion, beauty, and even activism, reflecting broader cultural movements. The decade was marked by the rise of influencer culture, where personal style could translate into multi-million-dollar empires. It was also a time of increasing conversations about body positivity, as Kim's own figure, once scrutinized and mocked, became celebrated, even iconic. The same curves that tabloids had once ridiculed were now emulated. A quiet revolution in beauty standards unfolding in real time. Meanwhile, the world outside kept changing. The 2016 election, the Me Too movement, the growing awareness of racial injustice, all of these shaped public discourse. And Kim, like many celebrities, found herself navigating a landscape where silence could be as consequential as speaking out. Her decision to study law, to advocate for prison reform, was perhaps unexpected, but it also reflected a broader cultural shift. People wanted their icons to stand for something, to use their platforms for more than self-promotion. Through it all, technology kept evolving, and with it, the nature of fame. TikTok emerged, shortening attention spans even further, making virality more unpredictable. Yet Kim adapted, understanding that staying relevant meant embracing each new platform, each new way of telling her story. But beneath the curated images and carefully managed brands, there remained that quieter, more private self, the one who still cherished slow mornings, who found joy in the scribble of a pen on paper, who valued the ordinary as much as the extraordinary. And so, as you let your mind drift, picture her not on a red carpet or a reality set, but in one of those unguarded moments, perhaps flipping through old photo albums, the kind filled with printed pictures from the 1990s, before every memory was filtered and shared, or maybe sitting in a quiet room, sketching absent-mindedly. No audience, no expectations, just the simple pleasure of creating something for no reason at all. It's in these pauses, these breaths between the noise, that the full picture of a life emerges. Not just the history that shaped her, but the small, quiet ways she shaped herself within it. And as sleep pulls you further under, remember that even in the whirlwind of fame, of cultural shifts, and technological revolutions, there are still these pockets of stillness where everyone, whether a global icon or an ordinary person, finds their most honest, unvarnished self. So rest easy, knowing that history moves fast, but the moments that matter most often unfold slowly, softly, like the turning of a page in a sketchbook, or the quiet exhale at the end of a long day. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Kim Kardashian's influence on culture, society, and the very nature of fame unfolded like a slow ripple across still water, quiet at first, then impossible to ignore. In the early 2000s, reality television was already reshaping how people consumed entertainment. But it was asterisk keeping up with the Kardashians that turned the genre into something more intimate, more personal, more addictive. The show didn't just document a family's life. It invited millions of viewers into their living rooms, their arguments, their triumphs, and even their mundane moments. And at the center of it all was Kim, whose presence, polished, unapologetic, and effortlessly magnetic, became a blueprint for a new kind of celebrity, one built on accessibility rather than distance. Before social media made oversharing the norm, Kim mastered the art of letting the public in just enough to feel connected, but not so much that the mystique faded. She understood early on that fame was no longer about exclusivity, but about relatability. Even if her life was anything but ordinary, the carefully curated images she shared, whether lounging by a pool or stepping out in designer heels, weren't just snapshots. They were glimpses into a lifestyle that felt aspirational, yet strangely attainable. And as the years passed, that balance between fantasy and reality became her signature, shifting the way people thought about influence itself. One of the most profound ways she reshaped culture was by redefining beauty standards. In an era when Hollywood still favored a very narrow ideal, Kim's embrace of her curves, her confidence in her own body, sent a quiet but seismic message. She didn't invent the hourglass figure, but her unapologetic celebration of it made space for others to do the same. The rise of body positivity in mainstream media owes something to that shift, to the way she made voluptuousness glamorous again. Fashion trends followed suit. High-waisted bikinis, form-fitting dresses, and even the resurgence of corsetry all bore her influence. Designers who once catered to a different silhouette began adapting. And suddenly, what was once considered too much became the standard. Then, there was the way she transformed the business of fame itself. Long before influencers dominated Instagram, Kim was treating her personal brand like a corporation. Every appearance, every post, every product endorsement was part of a larger strategy. When she launched her mobile game, Kim Kardashian, Hollywood Asterisk, it wasn't just a novelty, it was a masterclass in monetizing attention. The game grossed hundreds of millions, proving that digital extensions of celebrity could be just as lucrative as traditional ventures. And when she ventured into beauty with KKW Beauty, she didn't just slap her name on a product line. She studied the industry, identified gaps, and created formulas that catered to the diverse range of skin tones often ignored by mainstream brands. Her foray into shapewear with Skims was another quiet revolution. Where lingerie brands had long pushed unrealistic ideals, Skims embraced inclusivity from the start, offering shades for every skin tone, sizes for every body type, and styles that prioritized comfort without sacrificing aesthetics. It wasn't just a brand, it was a statement, one that echoed the changing conversations around beauty and self-acceptance. The public response was overwhelming, not just because of the products themselves, but because of what they represented, a shift toward acknowledging real bodies in an industry that had spent decades pretending they didn't exist. Of course, with influence comes scrutiny, and Kim's journey wasn't without its controversies. Critics dismissed her as famous for being famous, reducing her impact to mere spectacle. But over time, even the harshest skeptics had to admit there was something more at work. She didn't just ride the wave of cultural change, she helped steer it. When she began studying law, advocating for criminal justice reform, and using her platform to spotlight wrongful convictions, it was a reminder that influence could be leveraged for more than just selling lipstick. Her work in this space, though met with initial skepticism, gradually shifted perceptions, proving that celebrity activism, when done with sincerity, could have real-world impact. And then there was the way she navigated the ever-shifting landscape of technology. As platforms rose and fell, Kim adapted without losing the essence of what made her brand compelling. When Instagram became the go-to for visual storytelling, she perfected the art of the sponsored post, turning personal endorsements into a billion-dollar industry. When Snapchat's ephemeral content took off, she embraced it, understanding that sometimes the most engaging moments were the ones that disappeared. And when TikTok shortened attention spans even further, she found ways to distill her message into bite-sized, shareable clips, never resisting change, but always bending it to her advantage. Yet for all the glitz and calculated moves, there remained something undeniably human about her influence. Maybe it was the way she laughed at herself in memes, or the glimpses she occasionally shared of life beyond the filters, sweet moments with her children, quiet mornings with coffee in hand, the kind of ordinary scenes that reminded people that even icons have unguarded moments. In a world obsessed with perfection, those small cracks in the facade made her impact feel more real, more lasting. Today, her cultural footprint is everywhere. In the way people document their lives, in the beauty standards that have broadened, in the business models that blur the line between celebrity and entrepreneur. But perhaps her most enduring legacy is the quiet understanding she imparted. That fame doesn't have to mean losing yourself. That influence doesn't have to be shallow. And that even in the brightest spotlight, there's room for growth, for reinvention, for moments of stillness. So as you drift towards sleep, think of her not as a distant figure, but as someone who, like all of us, is a work in progress, constantly evolving, learning, and leaving little imprints along the way. The world moves fast, but the marks we leave behind often settle slowly, like dust in sunlight, barely noticed until they catch the light just right. And in those quiet reflections, her true influence becomes clear, not just in what she changed, but in the space she created for others to change too. Rest easy, knowing that legacies aren't built in headlines alone, but in the small, steady shifts that ripple outward long after the noise fades. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. There was a time before the flashing cameras, the bold headlines, the empire built in the spotlight. A quieter time when Kim Kardashian was simply a girl growing up in Los Angeles, surrounded by the hum of a city that thrived on stories. One of the earliest glimpses into her life came not from a red carpet, but from a home video, the kind any family might have tucked away in a drawer. In it, a young Kim, just a child, sits at the kitchen table with her father, Robert Kardashian, who would later become known for his role in one of the most publicized trials in history. But in that moment, he was just a dad, teasing his daughter as she giggled, her dark curls bouncing. It's a small, ordinary memory, yet it carries a warmth that feels almost nostalgic, proof that even the most famous lives begin in the quiet, unscripted moments. Years later, long after the world came to know her name, Kim would often reflect on those early days, how her father's work ethic and calm demeanor quietly shaped her. She once shared in an interview how he would take her to his office, letting her sit quietly as he worked, teaching her that success wasn't about noise, but about consistency. It was a lesson that stayed with her, even as her life became anything but quiet. Before the reality show that would change everything, Kim worked as a stylist and personal shopper for celebrities, a job that required an eye for detail and a knack for understanding people's desires. Few remember that she also ran a small boutique with her sisters called Dash, where they would fold clothes, arrange displays, and chat with customers who had no idea they were in the presence of future icons. Those days were simple, filled with the kind of mundane tasks that make up ordinary life, sweeping the floor at closing time, laughing over coffee breaks, the quiet satisfaction of a sale. It's easy to forget that even the grandest careers are built on such humble beginnings. came the turning point, the release of a certain private tape, the kind of scandal that could have defined her forever. But what's often overlooked is how she handled it. Instead of shrinking away, she leaned into the spotlight, but on her own terms. When Keeping Up with the Kardashians premiered, it wasn't just a show about glamour. It was a show about family. The arguments over stolen clothes, the chaotic family dinners, the inside jokes. It was all so relatable, even as their lives became anything but. Kim once joked in an early episode about how her mom, Crease, would barge into her room without knocking. A moment so universal it made millions of viewers smile in recognition. One of the most revealing, yet rarely discussed, moments in her life came during a trip to Armenia in 2015. It was her first time visiting the country of her ancestry, and the emotion was palpable. Standing in a centuries-old church, she broke down in tears, overwhelmed by the weight of history, of family, of identity. There were no cameras rolling for that moment, just her, the ancient stones, and the quiet understanding of where she came from. Later, she would speak about how that trip changed her, grounding her in a way fame never could. Then, there was the Paris robbery in 2016, a harrowing event that forced her to step back from the public eye. For someone whose life had been so meticulously documented, the silence that followed was jarring. But in that stillness, she found clarity. She began studying law, not for the cameras, but for herself, and for the people she hoped to help. Late nights with textbooks replaced red carpets, and the satisfaction of understanding a complex case became its own kind of glamour. Few knew how deeply she committed to it, how she would wake up at dawn to study before her children stirred, proving that reinvention doesn't always have to be loud. And then there are the small, almost forgotten stories, like the time she crashed a stranger's wedding. It was early in her fame, and she and a friend stumbled upon a wedding reception at a hotel. The bride, starstruck, invited them in, and Kim ended up dancing with the guests, laughing as if she were just another guest celebrating love. Or the way she still keeps a drawer full of her father's old sweaters, slipping one on when she needs comfort, a tangible reminder of the man who taught her that kindness matters more than headlines. Even now, as she moves through a world that watches her every move, she finds ways to carve out pockets of normalcy. She's been known to sneak into movie theaters wearing a hat and sunglasses, just to feel the thrill of anonymity for a few hours. She loves watching old episodes of Law and Order late at night, the glow of the TV, the only light in the room. And when her kids crawl into bed with her in the morning, whispering about their dreams, she listens not as a celebrity, but as a mother, present in the soft, sacred moments that no camera will ever capture. So as you let your thoughts drift, remember that behind the curated images and the cultural milestones, there's a person who has lived 1,000 small, unremarkable moments, just like you. The laughter over burnt toast, the quiet pride in a hard-earned victory, the comfort of a familiar sweater. These are the threads that make up a life, woven together in a tapestry that's far richer than any single headline could ever convey. And as sleep begins to pull you under, imagine her now, somewhere in the quiet of her home, perhaps flipping through an old photo album, smiling at a memory only she knows. The world may see an icon, but in those still moments, she's just a woman, growing, learning, and leaving behind little traces of a life well lived. One gentle step at a time. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. As the years passed, Kim Kardashian's public presence gradually softened, like the edges of a well-loved photograph. The spotlight that had once followed her, every move dimmed just enough to allow for deeper breaths. Longer pauses between chapters. She still stepped onto red carpets, still lent her voice to causes close to her heart. But there was a quiet shift, a settling into the wisdom that comes with time. The woman who had once been defined by the relentless pace of fame now moved through life with a kind of grace, savoring the spaces between the noise. Her later years were marked by a return to simplicity, though her influence never waned. She spent more time at home, surrounded by the family she had built with such care. The children she had once cradled in the early mornings were now grown, carving out their own paths, but they still returned to her, gathering around the kitchen island or sprawling on the couch for movie nights. Those evenings were her favorite. The hum of familiar voices, the shared laughter over inside jokes, the warmth of togetherness. She had spent so much of her life under scrutiny, but here, in these unguarded moments, she found her truest joy. Professionally, she turned her attention inward, focusing on projects that carried weight beyond trends. Her work in criminal justice reform became her lasting legacy, a mission she pursued with quiet determination. The early victories, the prisoners she helped free, the policies she helped change were just the beginning. Over time, her advocacy grew deeper, more nuanced. She studied law not for the cameras, but for the lives she could touch. And when she spoke about the cases that kept her up at night, there was a rawness to her words, a sincerity that resonated far beyond the headlines. The world began to see her not just as a celebrity, but as a force for change, someone who used her platform to lift others from the shadows. Her business ventures, too, evolved. The brands she had built, SKIMS, KKW Beauty, remained pillars of innovation, but she stepped back from the day-to-day, entrusting them to the next generation of leaders. Instead, she poured her energy into mentorship, guiding young entrepreneurs, particularly women, as they navigated the unpredictable waters of business and fame. She knew better than anyone the pitfalls of public life, and she offered her hard-earned wisdom with generosity, always reminding them that success was fleeting if it wasn't rooted in something real. The public's perception of her shifted as well. The woman once dismissed as famous for being famous, was now regarded with a kind of reverence, not just for what she had achieved, but for how she had grown. The memes and the tabloid dramas faded into the background, replaced by a deeper appreciation for her resilience, her ability to reinvent herself without losing sight of who she was. Scholars and cultural critics began to study her impact, dissecting how she had reshaped the landscape of media, beauty, and entrepreneurship. But Kim herself paid little attention to these analyses. She was too busy living, traveling with friends, taking pottery classes just for fun, losing herself in novels she had never had time to read before. And then, one day, she simply stepped away. There was no grand announcement, no dramatic farewell. She just slowed down. The interviews became rare, the social media posts sporadic. She had said what she needed to say, done what she needed to do. The world continued to spin. New stars rose to take her place, and she was content to watch it all from a distance, her feet tucked beneath her on the couch, a cup of tea cooling beside her. When people spoke of her legacy, they talked about the obvious things, the empire she built, the barriers she broke. But those who knew her best spoke of quieter things. The way she remembered birthdays without fail, sending handwritten notes in elegant script, the way she could make anyone feel like the most important person in the room with just a glance, a touch. The way she carried herself with a quiet confidence that had nothing to do with fame and everything to do with knowing her own worth. In her final years, she spent more time at her ranch, a peaceful retreat far from the city's glare. The air was cleaner there, the nights darker, filled with the sound of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. She loved waking up early, wrapping herself in a soft sweater, and walking through the gardens as the sun rose. The flowers she had planted years ago now bloomed in riotous color, a testament to patience, to tending something with care. Sometimes, when the light was just right, she would sit on the porch and flip through old photo albums, the kind with thick pages and delicate plastic coverings. There she was, laughing on a red carpet in a dress that had once made headlines. There were her children as babies, their faces round with innocence. And there, tucked between the pages, were the candid shots, the unposed, unretouched moments that no one else had seen. A quiet dinner with friends, her face lit by candlelight, a lazy Sunday in pajamas, her hair piled messily on her head. These were the images she cherished most, the ones that told the real story. When she passed, the tributes poured in, as they always do for icons, but the most touching were the stories shared by ordinary people. The woman who credited Kim's advocacy for her brother's release from prison. The young entrepreneur who had been inspired to start her own business after watching Kim's journey. The fan who had written to her years ago and received a reply that made her feel seen. These were the threads of her legacy, woven into countless lives in ways both big and small. And now, as you drift closer to sleep, imagine her not as the larger-than-life figure the world remembers, but as she was in those final, quiet years, a woman who had lived fully, loved deeply, and left behind a trail of light for others to follow. The cameras may have stopped flashing, but the impact of her life, the kindness, the courage, the unshakable belief in second chances lingers on, like the last notes of a beautiful song fading into the night. So let your breathing slow, your thoughts settle. Picture her smiling in the golden light of a sunset, content, at peace. And as sleep carries you away, remember that a life well lived is not measured in headlines, but in moments, tiny, tender, and utterly human. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Kim Kardashian's legacy didn't fade with time. It simply settled into the quiet hum of everyday life, like the gentle hum of a lullaby that lingers long after the song has ended, long after the flashbulbs dimmed and the headlines turned their gaze elsewhere. Her influence continued to ripple outward, touching lives in ways both subtle and profound. It was in the way young women looked in the mirror and saw not flaws, but possibilities. It was in the way entrepreneurs, especially those from marginalized communities, dared to dream bigger, emboldened by her unshakable belief that success was not reserved for the chosen few. And it was in the way justice reform advocates, some of whom had never even met her, carried forward her tireless work, ensuring that her fight for the voiceless would never be forgotten. Think of the small businesses that blossomed in the years after her passing, many founded by women who had once scrolled through her social media, mesmerized by her ability to turn passion into empire. There was the young mother in Atlanta who, after years of working minimum wage jobs, started her own skincare line, inspired by Kim's early days, building a brand from the ground up. Or the college student in Detroit who, after reading about Kim's legal studies, decided to pivot from marketing to law, determined to use her education to help others. These were not just stories of success, they were stories of transformation, sparked by the quiet understanding that if Kim could do it, so could they. Then there were the countless acts of kindness, often unnoticed by the wider world, that kept her spirit alive. The scholarship funds quietly established in her name, ensuring that young people from underserved communities could pursue their dreams without the crushing weight of debt. The mentorship programs that flourished, pairing aspiring business owners with seasoned professionals, many of whom had once been mentored by Kim herself. Even the small gestures, like the habit of leaving generous tips or handwritten notes of encouragement, became part of her unofficial legacy, passed down like a cherished family recipe. Her work in criminal justice reform, perhaps her most enduring contribution, continued to grow long after she was gone. The organization she founded expanded its reach, freeing hundreds more wrongfully convicted individuals, their stories now intertwined with hers. law students studied her advocacy as part of their coursework, dissecting her strategies and learning from her ability to humanize even the most polarizing cases. And in quiet courthouses across the country, young public defenders whispered her name like a mantra, reminding themselves that justice was worth fighting for, no matter how daunting the odds. But legacy is never static. It breathes, it shifts. It is reinterpreted with each new generation. Some criticized her, of course, as all trailblazers are. They questioned her methods, debated her motives, wondered aloud whether her celebrity had overshadowed her activism. Yet even these conversations were proof of her impact, sparking debates about privilege, responsibility, and the role of influencers in shaping society. And in those debates, new ideas were born, new movements took root, ensuring that her influence would never be confined to a single era. The fashion world, too, carried traces of her long after she left it. Designers who had once collaborated with her continued to draw inspiration from her bold aesthetic, blending high glamour with everyday wearability. The body positive movement, which she had championed in her own way, grew even stronger, with new voices adding their own stories to the tapestry she had helped weave. And in the quiet corners of boutique dressing rooms, women still reached for the styles she had made iconic, not because they wanted to be her, but because she had given them permission to embrace their own confidence. Even in pop culture, her presence lingered, not as a ghost of the past, but as a foundation for the future. Reality TV stars who came after her often cited her as the blueprint, not just for fame, but for turning visibility into something meaningful. Documentaries revisited her rise, not with nostalgia, but with a sense of appreciation for how she had reshaped the media landscape. And in the late-night conversations between friends, her name still surfaced, sometimes with laughter, sometimes with admiration, always with the understanding that she had been more than just a celebrity. She had been a force. As the years passed, the noise around her name softened, but the essence of what she stood for only grew clearer. It was in the way people spoke about second chances, about resilience, about the power of reinvention. It was in the quiet determination of those who, having once felt invisible, now stood tall, emboldened by her example. And it was in the simple, everyday acts of courage, the decision to start over, to speak up, to believe in oneself, that her legacy truly lived on. So as you close your eyes tonight, imagine not just the woman the world saw, but the countless lives she touched without ever knowing. Picture the single mother who framed a quote of Kim's on her bathroom mirror, reading it each morning for strength. Picture the young lawyer who keeps a photo of Kim on her desk, a reminder of why she chose this path. Picture the old friends who still laugh about the time they met her, how she made them feel like the most important people in the room. These are the quiet echoes of a life well lived, not in statues or awards, but in the unspoken gratitude of those who carry a a piece of her forward. And as sleep wraps around you, let that thought settle gently in your mind that the truest legacies are not etched in stone, but woven into the fabric of everyday lives, soft as a whisper, enduring as the stars. Breathe in, breathe out, and let yourself drift, knowing that even the grandest stories are, in the end, made up of small, sacred moments. Just like this one, just like yours, wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Kim Kardashian, like so many stories of public figures, has been shaped and reshaped by the currents of popular culture, often smoothed into simpler shapes than the reality ever was. There is a tendency, when we think of her, to reduce her to a handful of moments, some scandalous, some glamorous, some controversial. But the truth is far more layered, far more human. The myths and misunderstandings around her life and work have often overshadowed the quieter, more complicated realities beneath the surface. So let us slow down, let us breathe, and gently unpack some of these oversimplifications, one by one, like turning the pages of a well-worn book in the soft glow of a bedside lamp. One of the most persistent myths is that her rise to fame was sudden, accidental, or undeserved. The story often begins with a certain scandal, a certain tape, as if that was the spark that lit everything. But that version leaves out the years of quiet work before the spotlight ever found her. She was not an overnight sensation, but someone who had long been navigating the worlds of fashion, styling, and entrepreneurship, learning the rhythms of the industry with a patience that rarely makes headlines. She had been organizing closets, assisting designers, and building connections long before the cameras turned her way. This idea that she simply appeared, fully formed, ignores the slow, steady climb, the kind of climb most of us know well. The kind built on small efforts, small risks, small failures, and small victories. Another common misunderstanding is that her fame was purely superficial, that she stood only for glamour without depth. But those who followed her closely saw something else, an awareness of the power of image, yes, but also a shrewd understanding of how to wield it. She did not simply exist in the spotlight. She learned how to shape it, to control it, to turn it into something she could use. And as time passed, she used that platform in ways that surprised those who had underestimated her. Her work in criminal justice reform, for example, was not a sudden pivot, but the result of years of studying, of listening, of quietly building relationships with activists and lawyers. The woman who was once dismissed as just a reality star became someone who could move the needle on policy, who could sit in rooms with lawmakers and advocates, speaking with a seriousness that defied the old caricatures. Then there is the idea that she was always confident, always sure of herself, always armored against criticism. But the truth is, like anyone in the public eye, she had moments of doubt, of second guessing, of wondering whether the path she was on was the right one. The persona she projected, polished, unshakable, was part of the performance. But behind it were the same insecurities most of us carry. She spoke, in quieter interviews, about the pressure to be perfect, about the exhaustion of living under scrutiny, about the loneliness that can come with being constantly observed, but rarely truly known. The myth of invincibility is just that, a myth. She was as human as anyone, just with a life that played out on a larger screen. And what of the belief that her family's fame was all manufactured, all artifice, with no real substance? This, too, is an oversimplification. The Kardashian-Jenner empire was built not just on spectacle, but on a keen understanding of modern media, of how stories spread, of how to create a narrative that people wanted to follow. They were early adopters of social media, recognizing its power before many in Hollywood did. They turned their lives into content, yes, but they also turned content into a kind of intimacy, letting audiences feel, for a moment, like they were part of the family. It was a delicate balance, one that required more thought and strategy than it seemed. And while critics dismissed it as frivolous, there was something undeniably compelling about it, something that kept millions coming back. Season after season, post after post. Perhaps the most reductive myth of all is that she was just one thing, just a celebrity, just a businesswoman, just a mother, just an advocate. The reality is that she was all of these, and none of them entirely. People are not so easily categorized. She could be fiercely ambitious and deeply sentimental in the same breath. She could be calculating in business and impulsive in love. She could champion serious causes and still revel in the glitter of a red carpet. These contradictions did not make her a hypocrite. They made her a person, as full of complexity as any of us. As the years passed, the noise around her name softened, but the essence of what she stood for only grew clearer. It was in the way people spoke about second chances, about resilience, about the power of reinvention. It was in the quiet determination of those who, having once felt invisible, now stood tall, emboldened by her example. And it was in the simple, everyday acts of courage, the decision to start over, to speak up, to believe in oneself, that her legacy truly lived on. So as you close your eyes tonight, imagine not just the woman the world saw, but the countless lives she touched without ever knowing. Picture the single mother who framed a quote of Kim's on her bathroom mirror, reading it each morning for strength. Picture the young lawyer who keeps a photo of Kim on her desk, a reminder of why she chose this path. Picture the old friends who still laugh about the time they met her, how she made them feel like the most important people in the room. These are the quiet echoes of a life well lived, not in statues or awards, but in the unspoken gratitude of those who carry a piece of her forward. And as sleep wraps around you, let that thought settle gently in your mind, that the truest legacies are not etched in stone, but woven into the fabric of everyday lives, soft as a whisper, enduring as the stars. Breathe in, breathe out, and let yourself drift, knowing that even the grandest stories are, in the end, made up of small, sacred moments. Just like this one, just like yours, the myths will always be there, swirling around her name, simplifying what was never simple. But the real story is richer, deeper, and far more interesting. It is a story of reinvention, of resilience, of learning in public, of growing up in front of the world. It is a story that reminds us that people are never just what we see on the surface, that there is always more beneath, always another layer to uncover. So, let the weight of these thoughts melt away now. As sleep draws nearer, let the complexities fade into the background, leaving only the gentle truth that no life can be summed up in a headline. No person reduced to a single story. We are all more than the myths that follow us, and as you drift off, may that thought bring you peace, the peace of knowing that your own story, too, is richer than it seems, deeper than anyone could guess, and still unfolding, one quiet moment at a time. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Kim Kardashian's story is one of those rare tapestries woven with threads of fame, reinvention, and quiet transformation, so much more than the headlines suggest. To understand her legacy is to look beyond the flashing cameras and viral moments, beyond the controversies and the caricatures, and into the quiet ways she reshaped not just her own life, but the world around her. It is a story of evolution, of learning to navigate the spotlight with a strange kind of grace, and ultimately, of turning visibility into something far more meaningful than mere attention. She began, as so many do, as someone else's footnote, the daughter of a well-known lawyer, the friend of a celebrity, a presence in the background of tabloid photos. But then came the shift, the moment when the world tilted just enough for her to step into the frame. And suddenly, she wasn't just part of the story, she was writing it. The early years of keeping up with the Kardashians might have seemed like just another reality show. But beneath the surface, something more interesting was happening. She was mastering the art of the modern persona, how to exist in a world that increasingly blurred the lines between public and private, between performance and authenticity. And yet, for all the glitz, the real story was never just about fame. It was about reinvention. She became a businesswoman, launching brands that redefined beauty standards, that turned her name into an empire. Skims, KKW Beauty, these weren't just products. They were statements, quiet rebellions against the idea that she was merely famous for being famous. She understood, long before many others, that influence could be harnessed, that a platform could be used for more than just spectacle. Then came the deeper shifts, the moments when the narrative turned inward. Her foray into criminal justice reform wasn't just a celebrity cause. It was a second act, a way of using the very visibility that had once been scrutinized to shine a light on something far bigger than herself. She studied law, not for the cameras, but for the quiet satisfaction of knowing she could change lives. The people she helped, men and women, given second chances, they became part of her legacy, too. Not the kind of legacy carved into trophies, but the kind whispered in grateful conversations, in families reunited, in lives rebuilt. And isn't that the most enduring kind of influence, the kind that doesn't announce itself with fanfare, but lingers in the small, uncelebrated moments? She redefined what it meant to be a public figure in the digital age, showing that fame could be leveraged for more than self-promotion. She taught a generation how to curate an image, yes, but also how to pivot, how to grow, how to take up space in a world that often tries to box women into narrow roles. Today, her name still carries weight, but not in the way it once did. The headlines have softened. The conversations around her are more nuanced. Some remember her for the early days of reality TV, for the bold fashion choices, for the way she seemed to command every room without saying a word. Others think of her as a savvy entrepreneur, a devoted mother, a woman who refused to stay in the lane others had drawn for her. And then there are those who know her only through the lives she changed outside the spotlight. The ones who whisper her name with something like gratitude. Legacies are funny things. They aren't always the statues or the awards or the official records. Sometimes they're the quiet ways someone shifts the culture, the small cracks they make in old expectations, the paths they leave behind for others to follow. Kim Kardashian's story is still unfolding, still evolving, because that's what the best stories do. They don't end. They simply settle into the world, becoming part of the air we breathe, the conversations we have, the way we think about what's possible. So as you let these thoughts drift through your mind, as sleep begins to pull you under, remember this: the most fascinating lives are never just one thing. They are layers, contradictions, reinventions. They are public and private, bold and tender, full of mistakes and triumphs in equal measure. And if there's a lesson in her story, perhaps it's simply this: that we, too, are allowed to change, to grow, to surprise even ourselves. Breathe in, breathe out. Let the weight of the day dissolve, just as the noise of fame eventually fades, leaving only what truly matters: the quiet, the stillness, the knowledge that every life is a work in progress. And that's exactly as it should be. Now let your eyes grow heavy. Let your thoughts soften at the edges. Tomorrow is another day, another chance to write your own story in your own time, at your own pace. But for now, just rest. The world will keep turning. The stars will keep shining. And somewhere, in the quiet spaces between waking and dreaming, you'll remember we are all more than the stories told about us. We are the quiet, resilient hearts still beating beneath it all. Sleep well, dream gently, and know that your story, too, is unfolding exactly as it should.